Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, everybody, to another great day of the LCK 2020. It is me, Valdez, with literally Set. How are you doing today, my good friend Set?
You know what? I'm feeling pretty okay.
Yeah?
I'm feeling pretty okay. I watched
Day
LEC
4 in a
last
row.
night. It is day 4 in a row. And I have anher day ahead of me.
Yeah.
Another week. So.
And then another month.
and then another week.
And then it never ends. Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It's not a joke anymore.
It's actually real. But yeah, I mean, we got some more League of Legends. We've seen all of the teams now. Everybody's played at least once. Some teams have played twice. And it is going to start off with APK versus Down1 Gaming. This, on paper, looks like a pretty one-sided matchup after APK's first performance against Sandbox did not look good at all.
And the other thing about this matchup that is a little similar to Sandbox is obviously Nuguri up there in top lane. Very akin to if you're going to end up going up against Summit. And then you have Showmaker in the mid lane. So APK probably not going to have a very good time. Like we said before, they bought the plane off Jin Air.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's definitely not a good thing to do. But guys, we're going to take a look at some standings for right now. As you guys can see, we did talk about this before. One team has played twice, that's KT, and they did lose both of those games, unfortunately. I kind of like the style of these standings, actually. All the logos kind of look like, I don't know, like soda can logos, you know what I mean?
They really do.
Like,
And
I saw the KT Rollster one, and I'm like, oh, that looks like Coca-Cola, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it honestly looks like, I don't even know what's leading. That's like a Royal, do you know what, it's like RC, it's like Pepsi, but
Yeah.
I
I know
think
what you
that's
mean.
like the Afrika symbol.
Yeah, Royal Cola or something.
Yeah.
Speaking of royalty, the points of the match.
Why is Fresca third?
I don't know. Big mistake. Definitely not third in my heart.
All right, well, points of the match. Both APK and Dom1 didn't have a good start. Dom1, they had their game stolen away from them. But
yes,
it was mostly due to the resilience of who they were going up against. And also Nuguri, he was doing a couple of Leroy Jenkins impressions.
Yes.
At all the wrong times. So I don't think that's going to impede them here today. First Sandbox, now Dom1 Gaming. APK, yeah, they're going up against teams from Challengers. And when you think about it, both of those teams are top of the standings. So this is definitely a bit of a more difficult road for APK in the first couple of weeks.
Bottom says APK Flawley Sin versus Down1 Gaming Canyon, but the Korean is a lot more descriptive as it calls him kind of like the overpowered Lee Sin Canyon. So definitely both great Lee Sin players, more aggressive junglers, and it should be a pretty fun and exciting jungle matchup. But let's take a look at the key players of the matchup. You were kind of already highlighting this. Nuguri versus Ixu in the top lane. Ixu, a very unique style, but in their first game, he played very meta champions in Set and Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and he's going up against Nuguri here, and just like I said against Summit, you're not going to find an edge, probably playing straight up against these kind of players in top lane, and so a little bit curious to see if Ixu will try any of his off-meta shenanigans against Nuguri here today, because that's realistically the only way that I think that there will be any potential pressure relief up in top lane.
And they could throw a couple of wild cards at Down One Gaming and just really throw caution to the wind. Again, as you were saying a lot yesterday, it is still very early. We're still in week 1. These two teams have only played once themselves, so still a lot to show us and improve on for the LCK 2020 Spring, as they are going to be going head-to-head. And speaking of head-to-head, let's go into some trash talk and see what these players have to say.
자, 챌린저스 코리아도 가끔 보는데 잘한다 이런 느낌 못 받았었는데 올라가지고 좀 예상 못했어. 저희 두 번째가 APK. 거기에는 또 그 개 있는데 시크릿 기선이. 플로리스도 APK 맞네. 이게 재밌네. 같이 하던 애들. 2015년 스베누 시절에 진짜 휴가도 거의 안 가지면서 새벽 스크림 매일 해가면서 열심히 했던 기억이 있는데 세상 좁다.
최근에도 같이 드라이브하고 한강 가서 뭐 라면 먹고 연락은 자주 하고 있습니다. 뭔가 기분 이상할 것 같은데 그래도 적은 적이니까 많이 죽이려고 할 것 같아요.
뉴클리어 선수랑 같은 팀이었어가지고 제가 작년에는 꼭 이기고 싶었는데 그거를 작년에 못 이뤄가지고 리포트 해봤을 때 좀 맞았거든요. 그래서 좀 복수를 하고 싶어요.
플로리스 선수의 리신이 진짜 스베누 시절에 많이 날려다녔었는데 요새 그 감각이 남아있나 잘 모르겠어요. 옛날 느낌은 아닌 것 같던데.
그래서 좀 복수를 하고 싶어요.
맨날 익수 선수가 비주류 챔피언들만 하고 있더라고요.
너무 정말 상상도 못했고 1라운드가 대회에서 나올 거라는 건 상상도 못하고 있었는데 생각을 좀 해야 되지 않을까. 제가 어쩌면 알파몬 선수가 좀 잭스나 이렐리아 이런 거는 좀 솔랭에서나 많이 만나봐가지고 약간 좀 대처 방안이나 이런 걸 좀 알겠는데 1라운드는 정말 모르겠어요.
이번에 캐스파컵 때도 보니까 익수 선수가 바텀 먹고 원딜이 탑 같더라고요. 그래서 좀 참신한 팀.
그렇게 뒤가 없는 플레이를 하면은 진짜 좋은 챔피언을 가진 선수가 되게 이득 볼 확률이 높거든요. 그래서 뱀픽이 좀 중요할 것 같아요. 너구리 선수가 좋은 구도면은 제가 혼날 것 같고.
특이한 거 많이 좋아하시잖아요.
도벽이요? 작년에 사실 많이 보여드리지 못했지만 개인적으로 여기 마음 속에는 저도 이제 어디서 꿀리지 않는다 이런 생각이 조금 있어가지고
너구리 선수가 더 강력하다고 생각합니다. 그래도 학원이 형이 다 커버할 거라고 믿고 있습니다.
저희는 든든한 국밥형 미드라이너 쇼메이커가 있기 때문에 김호수만 미국 거면 되거든요.
저희 미드 또 아이디가 사랑의 허수, 그 쇼메이커님 본명이거든요. 쇼메이커 선수를 사랑하는 선수가 있는데 좀 사랑하는 만큼 더 잘해주지 않을까요?
이대요. 깔끔하게 승리하고 싶어. 기선아, 너도 행만 한번 보고 가.
감동이네요.
익수에 대한 신뢰도가 되게 높아가지고 익수 형을 좀 믿을 것 같아요. 그냥 너구리 선수 상대로도 잘할 수 있을 거라고.
독이 되는 공격성이 저한테는 플러스 점수가 될 수 있게 노력해야죠. 빈틈을 제가 공략해보도록 하겠습니다.
무슨 한마디요? 어려운데? 어떻게 해야 되지? 1라운드만 너무 신경 쓰다가 다른 챔피언은 또 신경 안 쓰면 안 될까봐 좀 살살 부탁드리겠습니다.
상대하기 쉬운 팀이라고 생각해서 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다.
담원도 싸움 좋아하고 저희도 싸움 좋아하니까 그냥 싸움 대 싸움으로 시원하게 한번 합시다.
Well, there you have it. You heard it from the players themselves. Showmaker was the one I feel like who was talking the most actual trash. He was very straightforward he showed a very high lack of respect. He's like, they're bad. We're going to beat them. I don't even know how they qualified for LCK. We'll beat them real quick, and then we'll move on with our lives. That's what Showmaker had to say. So if I were APK, Korean casters are cheering them on as their voices are going out into the studio. But, yeah, if I were APK, I would get angry if I heard something like that. I mean, they're professionals as well. They're good players in general here in Korea. But, you know, Damwon talking some trash.
We'll see what APK can manage to do today, but also where's their mental state going to be at if they do fall behind relatively early on against Damwon? Because realistically, you would have to consider yourself the underdog and know that you are for obvious reasons coming into the match. And I really don't know what they're hoping to do. And the other thing that is worrisome is Damwon starts on red side, which means that they're going to have counter pick available mid or top, whatever they basically please, which is much more of a problem for APK, who would be looking to sort of get some sort of an edge in either one of those two lanes. Not going to likely be able to find it, but we'll see what Draft has in store for us. Obviously, we've seen some pretty exciting stuff in the last couple of days. We've seen Soraka.
Yeah, that was fun.
We've seen Yumi. We saw Soraka yesterday in the LEC.
Soraka and Yumi here on the same team at the LCK. And looks like we're ready to hop into pick and ban. And the question marks will soon disappear. We do have Kane in the mid lane. I don't want to call him Keen.
Keeny.
Keeny?
That's, yeah. Kaney.
Kaney. Okay. His name is Kaney. It's very different from Keen, so that makes me happy. So we can distinguish the two. As Set will not be first picked, but he will be first banned.
Yeah, he's gonna get first banned.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's take a look what Damwon is going to ban away against APK. It looks like it's gonna be the Pantheon.
Yeah, we haven't seen much Pantheon at all. They're banned out the majority of games. Another champion that has been banned 16 times and not played is Akali. So I wouldn't be surprised if she gets taken out here in game 17.
Damwon will ban her away. APK having also removed the Lucian, as Syndra is now taken off the table.
Yeah, Syndra. We did see one game of Syndra yesterday. Didn't amount to a win, as Kuro wasn't able to pilot that to a victory, even though he had a great game one, an MVP performance, a POG performance, you might even say. And then a great performance on Zoe the next game, even though they did lose. As Elise also going to be taken off the board, so none of that aggressive jungler coming on in. Aphelios will be picked up here as the first pick. Very standard for APK.
See if Damwon just want to respond to MF, Lee Sin, or something of that nature. R1, R2, AD jungle. Never mind, it's actually going to be R1, R2, Zyra Khan. So a very fast 1-2 punch response.
Yeah, and you'd have to imagine with how quickly that happened that they knew that Aphelios was going to be first picked, and they had this planned coming into the bot lane.
And Rumble now being hovered. It will get locked in. APK, supports are wide open, so you might just want to choose a jungler here. There's no real reason to pick a support, given that there's no bans allocated towards them, and there's plenty of options against Zyra Khan down there in the bot lane, but we'll see what ends up happening. It is actually going to be a jungle. Remember, Rumble in theory is able to be flexed 3 roles. Also, Olaf is able to be flexed 2 if a Mordekaiser would come in. Olaf into Mord is probably Mord's worst matchup in top lane that you can possibly get.
And so Mordekaiser is just going to be ignored for now. We don't see it picked or banned in the first phase of the pick ban.
Damwon gonna have to most likely decide if they're gonna want to pinch supports or it's a very awkward spot. I think support is the only thing that you can really go with here. And the reason that I say that is because you don't know exactly where Rumble is going. And so allocating bans that could just be empty in themselves is a bit unfortunate. Now you can also try to guillotine Rumble into going mid lane by trying to pinch, but still, the pools are still so wide open that it would be a little difficult to do so. APK banning Aatrox. So I feel like that's giving away that Rumble is likely going to be going top lane. Aatrox, one of the few champions that can actually just neutralize him or go even. Nautilus banned away now by Damwon. This means that Leona will still be up.
Aurelia picked up there. I heard the sound of something being picked twice. Not sure if that was a bug in the system, but either way, Aurelia is banned. And I thought maybe we were having a immediate follow-up pick, but not yet. Damwon putting some time into this. And they're going to go with Jarvan most likely. J4 picked up for the side of Canyon.
And now APK, what you're looking at is enormous amounts of short range, super hard engaged champions. And honestly, champions like Cassiopeia aren't even that bad here. Leona is fine as a support champion. They're hovering Thresh though. So we will have obviously the ability to bring an ally to safety. Cassiopeia would be going in semi-blind. It's most likely going to be the Ryze in the mid lane, but let's see what they end up selecting. Hopefully it's not something completely off theme. And yeah, we well,
good start.
We almost made it there.
Yeah, good start to the day.
They just couldn't help themselves from trying to sin. That's all.
They were holding on right till the end. They were doing so well.
Now, the really cool thing, though, is that Jarvan's Cataclysm can work against Damwon now with the Kiana, but also you have the glorified combo of the Equalizer and Kiana just trying to come in and do massive things, which a lot of people tend to get overly excited for. When you're ahead, it feels very win more. It's extremely oppressive and very little options for the losing team to play against, but when it's even or behind, it's very lackluster. They use their whole combos and then you just sort of kill them anyway.
Yeah. And if you can avoid them, it's like, oh, I guess we just win the fight, especially because we're ahead. And yeah, there you have it. First pick ban of the day. You see that Ryze does get flexed into the top lane for Nuguri, going up against Rumble for Ixu. And the counter pick was saved for the mid lane for Showmaker. So LeBlanc into the Kiana. You were talking about that kind of as a counter matchup yesterday.
So in a vacuum, I mean, they have some counter matchups literally just like that in a vacuum. Thresh, Philios, Kiana, Olaf, and Rumble. Going to be the team composition for APK. They fall behind, there's no coming back. And if they're on even footing, one bad fight spells lights out, but one good fight doesn't necessarily spell a victory. Given the scaling on the side of Damwon, Ryze, Jarvan, LeBlanc, Xayah, and Rakan. Obviously, much more capable of going the distance. They also have the counter matchup in the middle lane. And the Kiana is really important to the enemy team comp, so we'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, and we are going to jump on a Summoner's Rift right now for game number 1 here. Damwon versus APK. Going into this one, APK looking to fight back. against the poor showing that they did show against Sandbox their first time around. Damwon, as you mentioned, kind of had their wins stolen away from them. Very close games up against SKT to start off LCK 2020. I say SKT, but it is, of course, T1. Still getting used to that as we do come along. All the cool skins being shown off now.
Don't worry about it. No, that's
Yeah?
not a
Is
big
it
deal.
okay?
Yeah, it's okay. You're gonna
Did
be
Joe say
completely
that?
fine.
He's like, oh yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
You can say SKT. We don't mind.
It just means Super T1. Clearly.
SKT.
Yeah.
Super, what's the case stand for?
You know what?
Super Korean T1.
Yes.
Oh, there we
Correct.
go. Okay,
there
great.
you go.
Yeah.
There, saved.
We got a little small invade coming on in here.
Okay, well.
Agree is going to spot it.
And we are off to Sinning right at the very start.
Up to the races. Into the enemy jungle. There is also a ward placed in the bottom brush that could spot for the enemies going into the lane.
Showmaker did just miss 1 CS, so I feel like we can just go next.
Yeah, restart the scrim. Oh, he missed 2.
Having a bit of an off day here to start things off. That definitely does not feel good. Okay, so Jarvan is going to do blue into red. Olaf is going to counter jungle the Raptor camp. They're going to leave 1 behind. Ixu might try to pile up 3 waves and then dive the Rise with the Olaf after he ends up completing the Golem camp. Depending on what Rise ends up doing inside of the lane, although maybe Rumble is just trying to pull the wave so that Rise is overextended. As we take a look at the wave in mid lane, Kiana currently shoved underneath the turret. Showmaker not really doing a very good job at CSing though.
Yeah. It's kind of that desperate push and ultra harass that can sometimes happen in solo queue that leaves you vulnerable to ganks and stuff like that, but not really happening just yet. The Jarvan is inside the enemy jungle. He left 1 small Raptor, took all of the Krugs. They had a ward up in the top side placed by Nuguri on the Krug, so they knew exactly where Olaf was. So that meant that Canyon could just, say, hey, okay, we're going to go vertical jungling. That's all good and fine.
This is actually really good right now. You can notice Showmaker pulling the 4th wave into him, and he's also going to have the 5th wave coming in. And this lines up very nice for Jarvan, but also Showmaker, depending on what either one of them would want to do. Showmaker not really gankable, and Flawless even having to come into mid, because if this lane gets to continue going the way that it is, Kiana is going to be locked up for the 6th wave, and that would definitely be problematic if she stays inside the lane. So Flawless comes in, helps Kaney get his recall off. We'll see what his first item is going to be. Boots and a longsword, so doesn't quite have the gold for mobility boots.
Looks like almost exactly mirrored jungles, except that the Olaf is 1 camp down as he didn't do the wolves. Jarvan backing a little bit later just to take that time as he was on that side of the map.
Top lane, there's already a noticeable CS deficit growing between Nuguri and Ixu, although there is quite a lot of minions actually for Ixu to eat.
Not sure about that trade.
Well,
Nuguri got really aggressive and ate a full flame spitter in the
oh
face.
my god.
And now he's being baited into a fight. He's going to Rune Prison down Ixu. And now trying to fight onto Flawless, but he's just going to get flashed on and die. Nuguri with a bit of a mistake there in the laning phase. First blood going the way of Ixu after baiting Nuguri into that fight.
That's a very big kill to get this early on. Rumble, you can see the recall into Merc Treads, also has his lane state in a position where he doesn't need to use teleport to get back, so, well,
Yeah.
heavy trade,
down
yeah,
here.
heavy trade happening in bottom.
the root from the Gravitum did land from Aphelios, and so that's why they really got it going, because Beryl felt like he had to tank in the front for his girlfriend, Zaya.
Well, how do you know that they're not maybe engaged?
I mean, could happen. Wow, that was a very safe flash out of Kaney. You don't see that all the time. Sometimes players will just take the, take the bait of not flashing and be a little bit greedy. But we'll take another look here at the top lane.
And this is just Nuguri greeting for absolutely zero reason in the world. Because even if he trades against Rumble here, when he casts the spells on Rumble as Rumble's blowing up the minions, Rumble's never in lethal range. So because Rumble's never in lethal range, you're just wasting your time, and then you're gonna lose minions that are coming in from the next wave. So Nuguri doing his best to actually deny himself over 100 gold. Ended up getting killed in the process.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a great feeling, for sure.
It's not a winning line.
No, definitely not. He is doing well in terms of CS, but that kill definitely an unfortunate one, as it was first blood on top of that, so the Rumble going to get a nice little boost in the top lane.
Flawless just continuing to try to power farm. And XP point, Showmaker and Nuguri really leading this. What happened? Oh, okay. Flawless took a bit of XP from both mid and top laners.
Yeah. Looks to be the case, as he's about to hit level 6 right now, already on his red buff. Should have it after that. We'll see where he decides to go. Could even decide to go onto the dragon early if he wants to get that objective started. There's no real actual gank that he could go for, so the dragon is going to be the obvious choice here, especially with LeBlanc backing. Kind of be a bit of a free one that you can pick up.
The thing about the Cloud Dragon is that it's not very high priority for anyone on Dom 1. So they're going to be fine to just give this one up. Ocean Dragon's going to come up second.
Oh, wow.
And
Secret, you got to land those. He was walking in a straight line.
If you are a Dom 1 fan, you probably want to see a Mountain Soul come up. And I mostly say that because if you do get added resistances against this APK team composition, it'll really help in negating anything that the Kiana and Rumble can actually do in the later stages, and then ultimately if you can complete to the soul, you will just likely outright win. As yeah, we're having a bit of a slow game. How was your night, Valdez?
My night last night?
Yeah.
Just kind of went home and passed out. It wasn't really too eventful. It was a long day yesterday. We had 6 games in total. And
yes.
I think now that's 6-5-6, if I'm not mistaken. Or 6-4-6. I can actually confirm that right now. So yeah, 6-4-6. So a total of already 14 games. Oh no, that's 16 games.
That's 15 games, Valdez.
16 games that you do have under your belt.
Thank you.
You're here in number 17. How does it feel? Is your voice holding up? Are you gonna make it through the week?
I actually feel my throat is feeling some pressure right now.
Well, it's gonna have to take a rest. Flawless is gonna win that smite fight here, and looks to be the end of the fighting for now. Nuguri was coming down, but Ixu in position to stop it. Very early Shelly take here by the side of Flawless, who did also take that one. Nice little death sentence here, but it is Rakan, so they're not going to overcommit. Taking it out, so just the Rift Herald will go down. No other action. So how's your throat doing?
My throat is definitely a little sore.
Okay.
And feeling a little strained.
As it should.
I'm planning to go and get some stuff between the first series and the second series.
Between the series, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
That'll hopefully help out.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it does. Well,
I mean,
yeah,
getting stuff
yeah, you know. Thought you were making like a pun.
No pun there.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
Take a look at the farming here from Damwon across the board. They're all above 100 in the lanes. Before anyone on the side of APK is. Finally, we do have Aphelios getting there, but you know, you talked about the vacuum counter matchup in mid that has not been affected really at all by any junglers, and that does mean that Showmaker is going to get ahead here. Top lane, even though Nuguri died, we talked about how he had that CS lead and has been doing well since.
This is always the interesting thing about Qiyana and competitive is either she doesn't get to roam and then she doesn't look like she serves any purpose other than constantly getting shoved in and going down 30 CS, or she's roam city and even though she has 40 CS, she has 5 kills. So it's really great. But Qiyana in competitive is a very interesting thing to look at because you play it in solo queue, you play it in scrims where everything is just much less controlled, as weird as that sounds to say about scrims, and you can have a lot of success with it, and then you come out on stage and everyone's more cautious. Everyone's playing safer because you don't want to be the reason that you mess up and cost the team the game. So already, I mean, he's down 31 CS, Seeker's Arm Guard for Showmaker, as well as the Lost Chapter and a Darkseal. Team map finally completed for the Qiyana, but in every single lane, everyone's just losing on their own. And then when you factor in that you have such a awful champion such as Olaf, the longer that this game ends up going, just had to weave that one in there.
Yeah. He had a great game yesterday, though. Our boy Olaf.
Yeah.
Had
you know what?
A pop-off moment. He earned player of the game from 10 out of 12 people.
This reminds me of, well,
Here we go. That's going to be knocked into the wall. Dead sentence.
That was
It's
really
going to be
good.
perfect. Nice play by Secret as Olaf trying to do some axe throwing. But now that the fight has ended with Showmaker dying, it doesn't look like Damwon are going to bite any more bait. But that does mean now 4-on-3. They can try to push the issue up here in the top side, even 5-on-3 with the bottom lane entirely coming on up here. Rift Herald is going to go down. They're not going to wait to take out 2 plates in order to try to take it out right away with the Rift Herald. They're just going to try to push it in as fast as possible. Probably just get 4 plates here. Maybe even 5, as nobody's coming up to defend.
Yeah, no one's coming to defend. Instead, Damwon putting their attention in mid lane as Nuguri spending a lot of mana. And Canyon, meanwhile, trying to get that Ocean Dragon. At the end of all of this, though, even though first turret went the way of APK, there's one more plate in mid. It does not look like Nuguri's going to be able to get it. But when all is said and done, because of the XP gaps in every single lane.
바동 가능? 야, 봐봐.
So let's try this, let's try this.
르블랑.
They keep saying LeBlanc.
천천히 봐.
Go slow, go slow.
Yeah. And that was Kaney. For a second, I thought it was Showmaker, and I'm like, you see them in the brush. Where are you going? But that was not the case.
And there is the Mountain Drakes.
Mountain Drakes do come up.
So Damwon fans can feel a little bit better. If you're APK, you're probably not feeling as good about that. But if you do end up picking up those dragons and you start building some magic resistance, Canyon is going tank Jafar for Far?
Jafar.
He's going
Jafar.
Jafar.
That's like the center J4. It's like when you go 80 and not tank, it's Jafar.
Sinbad the Sailor over there. Oh no. Jafar.
Thankfully, most of our J4 players are just, you know, straight up Jarvan, Prince Jarvan. Very nice and wholesome. They like to go tank. They are not too big of sinners in this league.
Well, gold score is completely even right now as we're just going to continue to have ping pong with the side lanes here. This is absolutely exquisite. As Olaf going to come in here, fighting with the blue sentinel, casting those axes. Now this, come on, play by play it.
No, I thought we might just switch it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All All right, break it down. What's going on
Yeah,
now?
you can see that he was doing that really quickly. He didn't want Kiana to miss any CS in the top side. Fortunately, is going to miss some CS, so, you know, you have to wonder, what was the idea behind the play, LS? Take it away.
Take it away.
You got it.
We need, I think that we need to do casting done quick.
Passing done quick.
All right.
You mean like
Narrate
speed
it
runs,
right
or
here.
you mean like people on a bench, like not really? I mean that's
Yeah.
basically what we do anyway.
Take a look at Kiana here as she treads through the water in the river,
Yeah.
through the brush, as she's now pathing northwest. Not quite sure what her longitude, latitude is right now.
You see, she had to slightly move to the left side
She
because
did.
that's where the Rift Herald Shirley comes
Yeah.
out, and
She was trying to visit Shirley.
you can try to go for the skip where you go through the Rift Herald pit,
Correct.
but it's such a frame perfect move that
Yes.
actually most people don't do it because it could just destroy your run.
Quite.
Yeah.
Yes.
You could just die right there and then it's over.
Yeah, I truly am understanding and picking up what you're putting down here.
Oh, that's good.
As Keeney, it does seem like his GPS is broke. Doesn't seem to really know where he's going. He's going to need to update that in the next model.
Who, Genie? Kaney?
Keeney.
Kaney.
Keeney.
Kaney, it's Kaney. Come on. Isn't
All
it
right.
obvious? Like, Kaney.
All right, everyone's beating up on Shirley here. I don't know what
Kaney?
this is. God, they never let her be alone. Oh, man.
Ooh, that actually is going to land. Has the Feather Storm, but does have to flash. Knew that he was going to walk right into that box. Did not want to head on in there. So the Rift Herald comes down here, surely, as APK are trying to push to some kind of lead. They will pick up the mid-tier 1, but not the most massive lead so far in this game, only 500 gold.
If I just learned anything about what I just saw on my screen, it's that Shirley is a home wrecker. That is...
Home wrecker, like home wrecker?
No, a home wrecker.
Oh.
Get out of here.
I thought you meant like the item.
No, no
I
one
thought we
builds
were-
that.
I thought we were still talking about League of
No, we're
Legends.
not.
Didn't you get removed?
Zzeroth's removed. And Banner of Command.
Yeah,
Have
I
a
mean,
moment of
that was-
silence for that one. One of the best items in the history of the game.
Wasn't that like the big thing when you and I first started casting together in 2017?
Uh,
Like Tank Scion,
yeah.
Banner Command, or was that 2018?
Banner of Command Ornn was before its time, okay?
Yeah.
We missed out on that. That would be a great thing to still witness. I wish Banner of Command was still in the game.
It was pretty cool
It was.
when you buff it up with the Banner Command and then also the Baron buff.
Yes.
And they just had massive raid and they
Oh,
just
yes.
nuke your turrets. And it was like, oh, we actually can't do anything.
Valdez, you are getting me overly excited right now. As
We didn't have a
Nuguri-
lot of Soraka back then, though.
We did not.
I know you love Soraka.
Personally, I do. That
Yeah.
is what LS stands for. So.
You have you've formally announced it that you are in love with Soraka. Still have yet to get a response though from Soraka.
Yeah.
See how that goes. Mountain Drake coming down here. You see Nuguri does have his TP. I don't see any wards for him to really TP onto behind the team. For now, it looks like a very slow take of the Dragon here by APK. They have to be careful about this. They're going to send Aphelios mid. The rotation will be slow from the mid lane from Damwon, so they will just give this one away. They say, it's only the second Mountain, or the second Drake for them. We still have 2 Drakes before they get a soul. We'd rather get the money, and we can pick up all the Mountain Drakes later on in the game if we do decide to go in there. I think LS, they've identified that their team composition is going to be much better later on in the game.
Yeah.
And they're really not trying to force anything.
They're just taking everything very slow. Giving up the Mountain Dragon, though, is a little questionable, given that there is some resistances on the side of APK, and also you do have that LeBlanc and a tank Jarvan who's already not dealing damage, just going to tickle them.
Yeah, he doesn't really do much. He engages.
Now, the fortunate thing here is that Damwon are basically playing a 5 versus 4. You might locate a heavily bearded man named Olaf.
For a second, I thought you were talking about Kiana. I'm like, she doesn't have a beard. What are you talking about? I mean, she's 1-0, but We'll see how that goes later on. But yeah, Olaf going for Warrior and now into a Durham's Fist.
You know, yesterday when Olaf got the MVP,
Yeah.
that was like
the
when
POG.
it's like when Rihanna gets all the credit for Sia's songs.
What a sea of songs.
Sia.
Oh, Sia songs.
Get out of it.
Oh,
I am
okay.
so done with you. You are so.
It's your Rhode Island accent. How was I supposed to understand what you were saying?
Oh, now we're making fun of accents here. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
what my New York accent
Yeah,
is
I know.
totally gone.
I think I need to @Twitch support or something. I don't know what's going on here. Oh,
Oh
man.
boy. But why would Rihanna? I don't know. Doesn't Sia like?
Sia wrote a ton of songs for so many famous artists that were big hits.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I
That's
think
right. Okay.
I think that she wrote Titanium as well.
that sounds
And
right.
then
yeah.
Sia just started singing herself, and then blew up. So yesterday when Soraka and Yumi were putting in all the work,
Yeah.
there's Olaf taking
Oh
all
boy,
the credit.
Itsu. Not sure about this one. Really getting caught in there, but I guess Kaney coming in and Nuguri saying, hey, why are you getting so aggressive? Must have seen the Kiana making her way down the lane.
Okay, well, I think Nuguri is gonna die because he can't resist himself. He needs to walk up for that.
Yeah, I know.
Oh man, he actually did. I am extremely impressed.
Well, it looked like he was going to run up, but then Kaney showed himself, so I feel like it was more a fault of Kaney, if anything.
And right now, the other thing is you have Leandri's on Rumble. He's going Zanya's Hourglass, second item. So I personally don't mind that, especially because you're getting Mountain Drake. So I guess you're getting a little bit more value out of them if you do end up picking them up. But also against the LeBlanc, even against the J4 or the Rakan, the active stasis can actually be really valuable. Every other item on the champions are pretty standard across the board. So nothing too unusual happening, but we truly are in very deep lull state.
Yeah, I've been lulled to sleep by your voice already.
What?
You know, I had a friend who was like, I love listening to your cast. It's great. Right before I go to sleep, it really puts me to sleep.
Yeah, how much you PayPal him?
No, he said it like as a compliment, but it was actually like one of those backhanded compliments. But he didn't even realize that's what it was. He was like, oh, it's just so soothing and smooth. Like, I could listen to it all the time, but I use it to fall asleep. I'm like, oh, thanks, bud. Anyway, we do have an engage here. Canyon in this one. Kaney in the stealth is going to get that Lantern out here, but Rakan getting a big engage. But where's the follow-up? Where is everybody from Dom1? Finally, Showmaker's going to get on in there and make something happen.
Rise is actually just solo queue Rise right now. He's endlessly split pushing without any response. And even though Beryl just went in there and didn't really achieve too much, he did give Showmaker the ability to get in and kill the Kiana. But this game is going a lot slower than I think many people had anticipated. It's also a lot closer than what people might think, although Rise really doesn't have an answer. Once he gets that Righteous Glory, he's going to be able to dog anyone down in lane. The added stats, resistances, etc. are also going to be super big. Flawless.
Canyon, I don't know about this. He does have the stopwatch. Maybe just trying to bait the enemy team on in here. Nuguri just got a 1v1. Kaney looking for the follow-up. Meanwhile, in the team fight up top, Secret is going to get a nice death sentence, but it's not quite enough. Nuguri here, not sure about that fight. Does flash the wall and survive for now. Kaney still looking for him. Is the burst enough? It is, and he will trade 1-for-1. As the fight up here on the top side, you can see that Hybrid and Nuclear still at full health, and they're going to be the main guys going for it. That miss on the engage isn't enough. The Featherstorm will be pulled back, but Nuclear is going to be outplayed. The damage is too much, and Hybrid is just going to shut the ball down with the triple kill.
So I feel like right now Dom1 just got Aladios as they dove onto him for absolutely no reason. They could have danced a little bit longer, waited for Nuguri to come back up, Showmaker, because those are the real champions that APK doesn't have a response to. But now, APK threatening Mountain Soul in 5 minutes take a look at how this all transpires. Leroy Jenkins coming in here onto Flawless with his teammates light years away. Finally, they do end up joining the fray as Secret goes golden against Showmaker, who ends up getting hit by a chain just south of this. Rise and Kiana going blow for blow. Eladios doing quite a lot of damage as he continues to walk forward. Ixu just getting lit up by the blue mage down there around the red buff. Equalizer, not really equalizing anything. In fact, I think he burned himself alive there.
Yeah. It's kind of a sad laning situation for Ixu right now. Nuggery able to make a 2 out of 1 happen.
And, you know, he did get the bonus goal.
Not sure about this from
Yeah,
APK.
this is a pretty big throw.
This is 5-on-5, okay? You've had them throwing into you for so long, but now...
Oh, he
Canyon! He missed it! And then Baron goes to Ophelio somehow, but is the damage there? For Dom1, they could have enough as LeBlanc's going in. Nuggery and Showmaker still alive in this one. Looking for the damage. They are going to chase down Ixu, but it's going to get sniped by the missile. As in will go Nuggery. Does he have the damage, though? He has a massive shield, and that is way more than enough. As where was Eladios in all of this? He was a lot of nowhere. Wasn't able to get in there with his teammates, and so he'll be the only one right now in the game with the Baron buff.
Slow down there, Canyon. I don't know what you're approaching.
Where is he going?
I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows what he's looking at. He's like, is that a new Pokemon? Or?
He put the blinders on. He's just running
You know what
forward.
Aphelios is like? It's like Arceus. Arceus? I don't know how to pronounce it. Get out of here. Put on a different plate every time. Whatever. As we take a look at the replay from a couple of moments ago, and this was really cool. That's a cool champion.
It's a lot of shurikens.
You can actually get that in the shop for a certain amount of blue essence or RP.
Yes.
Which I personally do recommend. Anyways, Baron went the way of APK, but Flawless doing the best Olaf thing that he does, ends up getting dogged down. Ixu managed to throw one harpoon into Showmaker's face as Kaney tried to come up here to avenge the Rumble, but not going to be able to do it. And now, Deathcap on the rise for Nuggery. LeBlanc is sort of stuck at the same items, though. Luden's and Zanya's Hourglass.
Yep, and we do have the Mountain Drake coming up here in 2 minutes, so this is an interesting kind of thing where, you know, APK has this earlier game team that needs to get ahead, but now they're only 1 Drake away, and if they do pick that up, that could help them. The only thing is that their team comp doesn't really build that many resistances. You know, you have the Zonyas and the Merc Treads, and I'll hold that thought as Equalizer does come down. Nuclear in a little bit of trouble, but is going to be able to walk away from that one. Showmaker being a huge nuisance in the back.
Oh.
Big Cataclysm onto 3. In goes the Rakan. Everybody charms up, but where's the follow-up damage? Looks like Hybrid is still really healthy in the back. It's going to get nuked by Rise, it looked like. But hey, how about full health? How does that sound to you? As Aphelios doesn't really feel anything in this moment in time. Is going to go away, though. They're not going to continue on the push. It ends up just being a 2-for-2 at the end.
Yeah, and a 2-for-2 is... Oh.
This is Hybrid on Aphelios.
I got LeBlanc.
Oh, nice lifesteal. Wow.
Yeah, that's really cool.
He's a pretty good champion. I might pick him up in the store.
Yeah, I mean he's in the store. You can get him for either blue essence or RP.
Yeah, but first of all, you're gonna wanna go into Twitch Prime and give that out to your favorite streamer, whoever that may be.
Flawless.
Just kidding. Don't do that. We do have the Mountain Drake coming on in. And this, as I mentioned, it's Mountain Soul for the side of APK. Dom1 should be looking to deny this.
Okay, well, total gold. Hybrid leading the chart by only about 130, 140. As still, this is APK threatening Mountain Soul. And this could be a really big upset.
Oh, they found him!
Okay.
They got Nuclear in the back. Why was he there all alone? A really nice jump on him, though, by APK. As now it's 5v4, and their AD carry is so fed. Showmaker trying desperately to make it a 4-on-4. Might just come down to Canyon here. He's got to go for the steal, but he will not, as Mountain Soul is going to be the objective taken here by APK.
They're going to turn this into a mid-push. It would be pretty hard for them to lose at this point. LeBlanc is being invalidated now at this stage by those 3 Mountain Dragons, giving the 18% resistances. And also now, the Soul just having so much more HP is going to be that much more problematic. Nuguri, he hits for a lot of damage. He's going to be able to, I think, get the inhibitor.
Yeah, he will,
Okay,
for
so
sure.
here's the way that Damwon can still win this game. We're going to have a really
Nuguri.
chaotic team fight, a teleport into bot lane.
They're just going for the win right now. We don't need to
They
listen
need
to your
to-
shenanigans,
wait.
LS, as they are going for it here.
No way!
They're just delaying the back.
No!
Okay, Equalizer's gonna come down.
Are
They're just
you?
going for the autos here on the Nexus. Is it gonna be enough, Nuguri? He's fighting now instead. He's just gotta auto the Nexus here. He has that shield.
Are
One
you
more,
kidding me?
And he's going to end the game. Nuguri with Nuclear. Get on inside. And they make the Nexus go down. I cannot believe that they actually won that game. Oh man, LS is literally speechless right now, as you can imagine by his name. That was a bit of a blunder, I'd have to say. I think the MVP is going to be obvious in the hearts of both of us. I'll let you write it down.
Yeah, I'll take
There you go. Yeah. Thank you very much.
all part of the plan.
Yeah. You know, he just wanted to
Listen,
make this series
this
a
is
little
why,
bit interesting.
This is why you're up here with me and not down there, okay? The Zaya knew that getting caught out at that exact moment, dying, and then having Canyon fail the steal,
Yeah.
Doctor Strange personified. Yeah, he knew.
It's all the butterfly effect,
This was
you
the
know?
one.
Because
okay, so.
by giving the Mountain Drake, they feel forced to push down the mid lane, and that's when you get them right in your grasp and you stop them from backing.
I don't want to hear it, Valdez.
And that's exactly
I
how
don't
you
want
win
to
the
hear
game.
it. I'm not interested. Personally, not
It's
interested.
incredible.
You know, you want to get better,
Incredible
you
play on
need
a
to be able
Dom
to know that this is what's going to happen here. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Dama just really great stuff. Flawless game, I mean, let's
Yeah.
just say.
Yeah, very clean.
Unbelievable.
Very
I mean,
clean.
This team obviously going to win Worlds from here. I don't know what to say. But I think we are going to take a look at some of the last team fight here.
All right, so all that they have to do is stop the backs at this point. And Showmaker trying his best. Rumble eventually does get it off, but Nuguri barrel. Oh, that feather tap.
Oh, but he got back.
Oh, because the shield.
All right, this is Nuguri's pro view.
Ah, that's he's not using F keys. That's not impressed. Okay, a little less efficient.
Okay.
But taking a look. He said, "Can we try to end?"
Yeah. Take the teleport.
Let's try this. And what a decision to actually turn to deal the damage, force the stasis. It was really close.
He didn't say anything. He like cackles.
I think he
and
was
then he
in
just takes his
disbelief
headset
as
off.
well, but that was really a Rise V9
It
sort
was.
of a game where he did a whole lot of nothing, but he did take a lot of turrets. So, put up a lot of eviction notices is what he did.
Yeah, I mean, that was just flawless effort there.
Yeah, I mean, it
by
was-
the side of Dalmon. I mean, they all played incredibly.
It was clean.
Canyon did more damage than the
Absolutely.
Thresh. That was just, I really got to give him the thumbs up for that one. more than 400 damage more than the Thresh. I mean, that was a good idea to go for that one. So,
Listen,
yeah.
this is why you just don't get it, you know?
No, I get it. I get it. That was a great end by Nuguri nonetheless. Seriously, I mean, he basically took it into his own hands and said, let's try to end the game. And then they just made the decision like that. He made the split-second decisions to fight so that he could get 1 or 2 extra auto attacks. And had he done even one thing differently, the game would not have ended, and maybe APK would have won game number 1. So really got to hand it to Nuguri. He should be the obvious player of the game from game number 1, although you never know with some of the people that vote over here. But either way, guys, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back.
하거나
보면 되잖아.
난 미면 하나 가볼게. 일단 업데기는 두고 타워 안에서 먹자.
나도 미니가 좀 빠르긴 하거든, 그래서.
근데 너 와야 돼. 얘네 더 오려고 하면.
각종 가볼게. 억제기 주면서 각 가볼게.
그러니까 업데기 주고 얘는 더 무빙쳐도 와야 돼.
근데 자야 나도 못 막아, 이거? 4명이서?
아야, 드라이브 4명에서 못 막, 3명에서 못 막고 4명 와야지, 4명. 마지막 하자.
따라가는데 이거 끊을 수 있나, 아니면? 빠른데.
끊어볼게.
아니, 무리해서 안 하지 말래, 아니면?
끝까지 써볼게.
그래, 아직 안 갔다. 해볼.
끊어봐. 나 나도 텔 탈까?
그냥 끊어. 테러 와봐.
야, 얘네 페이크 쳤어, 페이크 쳤어.
라칸 가자고.
페이크 쳤어, 여기.
끊어. 야,
앞에 끊었어.
라칸 그냥 치고 와봐. 타워. 타워 낼수 있나? 아니,
앞에 갔어. 타워 잡아, 타워 한 대만. 타워 한 대. 나이스.
이거.
야,
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
안녕하세요. 네,
Welcome to
팬데스크가 찾아왔습니다.
2020
APK와
LCK Spring
담원의
Split
경기
Analyst
담원이 환상적인 백도어로 승리를
APK
차지했죠.
versus
안녕하세요,
담원
투민입니다.
Gaming.
오늘
담원
피돌님
Gaming picked
그리고
up the
아디드님
win
함께
with
할게요. 안녕하세요.
fantastic
안녕하세요.
backdoor
반갑습니다.
strategy.
안녕하세요.
네, 와 정말 첫 경기부터
What a game
화끈했습니다.
to start the
그리고
day.
승리가 담원이 가져갈지는 아무도
And very
예상하지 못했을 것
unexpected
같습니다.
way
자, 먼저
to
뱀픽부터
witness the
살펴볼게요.
victory. How was the draft to start off?
뭐 다원이나 아주 특이한 픽을
They didn't
썼다고
really go with
보기에는 뭐
very
조금
off
동의할
meta
수도 있는
picks.
그런 구도였던 것 같아요. 어쨌든 미드키 하나를 과감하게
Well, they
뽑아서
did
라인전 단계에서
lock
고생하는
in
몇
Kiana
명이
in
있었지만
mid
또
lane,
주요
so he
순간에는
had a
변수를
bit of a hard
만드는데
time in laning phase.
전반적인
However,
어떤
he
그
also
조합적에서는
made a lot of
서로
plays
의도한
in
바가
mid
같던 것
game as
같은데
well.
경기 결과는 아마 어느 한쪽도 의도하지 못한 대로
So
끝나지
no one
않을까
actually
생각이
wanted to
들었습니다.
end the game like
사실
that,
이제
but
자야라칸
Damwon
같은
was the
경우에도
lucky side
요즘에는 잘
to
쓰이지 않는 픽이다
break the
보니까
nexus.
사실 자야라칸도 정말
And
기대를
Zaya
했었는데
Rakan was
픽을
not
자야라칸
a mainstream
픽을 좀
champion,
보여주는
but
의미는 좀 없었던
it was hard to
그런
witness
아니었나.
the big reason why they locked it in.
또 자야 같은 경우도 회복이 아니라 순간이동을 들었다 보니까
Zaya
그거는
also
이야기를
took
많이
teleport
했었거든요.
instead of
순간이동이 좀 많이
heal.
의미가 없는 것 같고
So
이럴 거면 뭐 회복이
actually,
낫지 않느냐,
analysts were
바텀 더
discussing
스킬하는
that
게 좋지 않느냐 했지만
the
게임
teleport
결과를
is
놓고 보니까
meaningless.
역시
However, in the
성견지로
end, that
이런 생각이
teleport
들었어요.
was the main factor that enabled Damwon to break the nexus.
자, 아무래도 너구리 선수에게 좀 집중을 해서 볼 수밖에 없는데요.
I think we have to focus on Nuguri today. He started with a
너구리가
death.
확실히 할 수 있을 것 같아요. 탑 신봉자들이여 미칠 거면 너구리처럼 미쳐라.
So if you wanna be really hard push top lane, you gotta play like Nuguri. That was that's for no reason at all. Nuguri was being really greedy over there that costed him to die there. But there is a very interesting decision over there. Nuguri came back with teleport and kept pushing lane. But Rumble actually saved the teleport and walked to lane, so he lost some of the waves coming in. Because he went with a team fight champion, he actually saved his teleport to kind of join team fights later on. Maybe in the bot lane, maybe in the mid lane. And APK pinged on the Scuttle Crab, so at that moment, Ixu once again joined that fight or supported that fight, so he had to leave his lane, so another CS deficit was growing. It was even hard for Rumble to collect all the CS coming into the turret. So even though Rumble got the first blood in the 7-minute mark, actually Nuguri managed to even out the gold. So main reason of this difference is that their style and also their champion was really different. Rumble has to do a lot of work in team fight. However, Nuguri got a very strong side lane champion, so Nuguri had to keep pushing the lane, keep farming, but Ixu was a little bit more focused on the team fight. And let's talk about the backdoor here.
마지막 장면을 사실 안 보고 있었어요. 다른 장면을 돌려보면서
Well,
도대체
actually,
왜 이렇게 담원을
what
좀
it was
솔직히 보면서
replaying some of the earlier moments and then realized that Damwon was doing a very bold backdoor attempt over there.
갑자기 옆에서 막 소리를 지르시길래 저는 깜짝 놀랐어요. 그래서
He was really
마지막에
surprised
라이즈 확실히 너구리 선수가
with the backdoor on the rise from Nuguri.
끝낼 수 있었습니다.
That was a very perfect execution over there, actually. Nuguri actually was hitting the Nexus in the top side, and then he used his ultimate to move downside, and he kept autoing the Nexus and then keep using his skill shots to zone out the APK players. One auto mistake or one skill mistake would extend the game.
사실 라이즈의 교본이 아닌가. 라이즈
That
진짜 고수와
must
투보의
be
차이입니다.
the
평타에서
standard
가는
or
스킬보다
the model
평타가
of the
정말
best
좀
rise
힘든
possible.
챔피언인데, 너구리
It's
선수가
really important
단한
to
번도 실수를 안 했기 때문에 이긴 게
always put in a good combo with all your skill shots and also your autos, and Nuguri executed it perfectly.
너무 궁금한데요.
The OG for this game would be Nuguri.
뭘 궁금하냐, 나지.
저기 지표 중에 마지막에 있는 70.1%
70.1% of damage dealt to towers.
네, 그러니까 철거를 얼마나
Which means he was the main character taking down all the turrets and also the nexus in the
근데
end.
너구리 선수 혼자 다 한 거 아니에요?
그렇죠. 네. 계속 보면서
This
이야기했지만
game, we can definitely say this was a solo carry game from Nuguri.
조합 구도 자체가 담원이 처음부터 이런 걸 설계하면서 뽑았다라고 보기에는 저는 살짝 어려운
We cannot say this was the original plan from Damwon. However, even though when they were playing game, not following their plan, they were able to close out the game on their side.
왜냐면 한타활약하는 대장군님은 많았지만 게임을 이렇게 그냥 평타로 끝내는 장면은 없었거든요.
We actually never seen a Rise at closing out a game with auto attack. So 12 people voted for Nuguri for this game's player of the game. So we're excited to see what Damwon and also APK bring for game number 2 because Damwon was making a lot of mistakes and APK was pushing really hard. Especially the bot lane comp. So I recall they're really strong in the 6th level mark. However, they didn't really pull it off in game. They kept focusing on farming when even on their power spike. So maybe next game they can also try making some plays with their comp. So let's move over to game number 2, Damwon versus APK.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk. I love their kind of sarcastic, oh, who's going to be the player of the game? Oh, I have no idea. Like, that's what they were doing on the desk. And, of course, it was Nuguri that does pick it up. A solo carry. Nuguri, the
You mean
top
DB
laner.
Cooper?
Who?
I'm so done with you, honestly. I need Max.
DB Cooper?
DB Cooper.
Is that like some kind of like...
I am just... get out.
It's okay.
Off the desk.
When your voice doesn't make it to tomorrow, me and Atlas can have a fun time.
Oh.
It'll all be good. He'll make references that I can understand. And yeah, so we're going into game number 2.
No, DB Cooper.
No, who's that?
He's the guy that hijacked a plane and stole money and then parachuted out of it and was never found.
W.
Same way that Nuguri just realm warped and took the neck. I'm done with you. Get out of here.
I see what you mean.
No, you know what? You're a little too much of a... No, and actually, if you were a boomer, you'd probably know that.
I would know that, yeah.
Yeah, you're like a...
I'm such a millennial.
I don't know. You're a Homer Simpson. That's what you are.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. Just stop.
I thought I was missing some kind of Simpsons reference.
All right. APK banning the Akali Syndra and Set as Damwon banning the Pantheon, Rumble, and Kiana. And Set has been getting enormous amounts of attention. I believe that Riot Scruffy just released a boards post yesterday, by the way, that talked about how, I think it's a 95% plus presence for one patch or more in Pro Play or something will result in nerfs. But Set did get nerfed.
Yes.
So in 10.3, which is next week, we'll see how much that actually sticks. And that'll be interesting because there's been some mainstay bans. Also, 10.3 is the Akali kneecap patch, but then she did get micro buffed.
Yeah.
So, anyway, Damwon, they're going to open with Aphelios here as APK going to respond with Misfortune and Elise. These are all really standard openings. Honestly, we have not had much diversity outside of Hanwha Life in terms of
Hanwha Life
Esports.
They were the team that had a lot of diversity.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying right here that you were mistaking APK for Hanwha Life. I was like, what are you talking about?
Sure, I'm the one that's going on 4 days, or what? What is? Oh man.
Hey, it's your favorite champion, Nautilus.
What?
Nautilus made it back.
Okay.
He's
I thought you
here
meant
from the depths.
I thought you meant Aatrox over there.
Oh, no.
Not him?
No.
All right. Well, Leona is going to be picked up by APK, so we're just having handshakes all across the board here. Aatrox is going to be able to be flexed mid or top lane. APK now going to decide on what to ban away. As, realistically, I would assume jungle or pinching should be the thing that would come in here. And that is what we're seeing so far. Rek'Sai going to be banned away. Banning away the Rek'Sai is a bit peculiar because the Nautilus and the Aatrox are already selected. So those are just more champions that have to come into you, and you can draft around on R4, R5. Renekton now being banned away as a cliche, at least Renekton, but Renekton has been gutted so much by the removal of Spear of Sojin, and just seeing that as a combo in a vacuum. I mean, whenever Pantheon's open, are you going to ban Talia? Or there's so many bread and butter combos that are very ridiculous and get given too much credit.
Jarvan gets taken away. Canyon's Jarvan was not exactly impressive, but...
Oh, Damwon lost last game.
Yes,
even
they
though Nuguri stole it, Damwon lost, okay?
Yeah, he hopped out of the plane after
the same way
stealing
that
all the money.
Has it been long enough since Endgame? Can I
Avengers?
Endgame, yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, well, Iron Man cheated. All right, so that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
That's all. That's all I got for you. Mordekaiser.
I'll take your word for it.
Did you just say that you haven't watched Endgame?
Yeah, of course not. Why would I watch
I
that?
am done with you.
Why would I watch that movie? I wouldn't want to waste my time.
Oh my god.
LeBlanc is going to be the choice here.
All right, Damwon going full Sinner.
Ooh.
And there's no Sinner better than Lee Sin.
It's in his name. He gets it. He's really on board with it, at least. You know, he's very genuine with the way he likes to play. He's not like a faker or anything like that. Not the player, you know, like somebody who's not true to who they are.
Damwon, they have to get ahead with this team composition, and APK.
Wow.
So like I said, on R4, R5, you can actually draft champions that are designed to handle champs just coming into you recklessly. And that's what we just saw out of APK. R4 Mordekaiser, R5 Lissandra. And this is a Lissandra pick, or Lissandra spot. It's really hard to find Lissandra spots nowadays in the current meta where you wouldn't just otherwise prefer a LeBlanc. Or not a LeBlanc, Cassiopeia. But because the Nautilus single target lockdown that Lissandra's able to disrupt with her own ultimate, or just by using the Zanya's Hourglass or stopwatch at several stages of the game, but also the amount of melees on the side of Damwon, the fact that LeBlanc has to jump into her, Lissandra offers a lot more nuance than a Cassiopeia would be able to give. Even though Cassio is a really good pick here, there's just something a little bit better that Lissandra offers, and then also brings that kind of priority that one would want in the mid lane matchup once you have the post recall. So, APK with a much stronger draft. Is that going to mean anything, though, as Nuguri and Showmaker are both on champions that allow them a lot of control and authority inside of the game? Canyon also on the Lee Sin. Just because APK have a much stronger draft, this is something I would personally say is like a 75-25 kind of a win.
Yeah.
I don't know if it means anything, again, because of skill discrepancy.
Well, we'll have to wait and see here as we are going to hop on the Rift for game number 2. If Damwon can throw the caution to the wind from the draft and say, we're going to win anyway. Does not matter what you want to pick. As Kaney going on to a very different style of pick. We saw the Kiana out of him the first game around. Now he's going on a Lissandra with the Aftershock. So still going to pick up that rune after the changes.
And we'll see how the early game transpires. That's mostly what we have to pay attention to. First dragon of the game, I do believe, is a Cloud Dragon. So it's actually pretty big to pick up for APK. Less so for Damwon, as a lot of their champions actually do tend to build CDR.
It's a lot of important ultimates on the side of APK as well. For the 4 of them, minus Elise. Bit of a scanner coming out here from Beryl. It's not going to find anything. As now they say, okay, you use that up there. You're not going to have it for the bottom side. We can place an early ward down just to make sure if Lee Sin wants to sin, he will be spotted the whole way through.
Taking a look at the runes everywhere. Gathering Storm on MF and on Aphelios. Everything else pretty standard across the board. Although, I guess she doesn't have another rune. Lysandra does have the Demolish. Demolish is a significantly worse rune nowadays, and here we go. Sinning as per usual.
God dang it, Lee Sin. Is that all you know how to do?
Alright, so really sets the pace in mid. You can see the lane control by Showmaker pulling the wave in. This will make it so that Kaney has to overextend potentially, or just use more of his mana in order to get something accomplished. Nuguri crashing second wave, doesn't really have anywhere to go, and because he does this, he misses out on the ability to cheetah recall by keeping the wave. Had he kept all those spellcaster minions about 6 centimeters more to the left before entering into the turret, he can use them to help him shove the cannon wave really fast, leave Mordekaiser left underneath his turret trying to CS because he can't poke Mordekaiser, you can't really do anything to him, and then you can recall, you can purchase a call or a Ruby Crystal or something of that, come back to the lane on wave 4 and 5, have it on your side of the map, and make Mordekaiser overextend while being in close proximity to your Lee Sin. Would be really, really good. Also, have I told you about Trinity Force Atrox? We're not going to see it.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into it.
It's kind of a myth. That
it is a bit of a myth.
You think it exists, or that it has existed at some point in life, but not so sure. Well, that's kind of giving it away, as Flawless is going to put his spider all the way forward, and they do know that he is down there as well. No Lysandra in the mid lane. Where could she be? It's either back in the base or going for a roam. So Cannon was right in position just in case. He'll pick up his Krebs right away, so no harm, no foul for him. Really curious about the top lane again, because Ixu, even after getting that early gank off with Flawless to punish Nuguri's greediness in the lane, he still lost the lane really hard.
Yeah.
Which, not 100% sure if that should be happening, but again, it is Nuguri in the top lane.
Well, we will see what is going to happen here as Beryl looking for a hook of some sorts. There's no minions that were about to die, so that would have been a very peculiar trade timing. As we're just having ping pong happen in top lane, as not too much is being achieved. Ixu is getting comboed on.
I like that play.
You know, I don't know why Nuguri is not using Prestige Edition Atrox.
Is that the Moth? The Moth
that,
one?
Yeah.
The Moth Atrox.
Prestige Edition Atrox, I really do think is the best skin. Mostly because win or lose, the opponent sees the Prestige skin, knows that it costs a lot. It's sort of like foiling out your deck in a trading card game.
Yeah.
And I really just think that it probably makes you play better. You know, results may vary, but...
You think so?
I do think so.
Getting all the gold cards and stuff?
I think if you're an Atrox player, it's very important to have the Prestige Edition skin. I think you'd want to go into the store and pick that up immediately.
Okay.
Increase your skill level. Results may vary, of course, but...
Well, he's going to knock him out straight into the queue. And that was extremely easy to pull off as long as Nuguri hits the first Q to make it happen so that he can land that one. Ixu perhaps should have just flashed to begin with, but maybe did not expect Canyon to be there.
Well, at this point in the game, the Aatrox getting a kill is very nice. Picks up the Kindle Gem as well as the Null Magic Mantle. Or the, yeah, Null Magic Mantle. I don't know why I just slipped up right there. Yeah. Don't make fun of me, Valdez.
That's the Null Magic Mantle.
Okay. Oh, top here?
He says, oh, I can kill top? Oh, I'm going, I'm going. Dive, dive.
He's not using F keys.
He's not using F keys. Inefficient. Very bad for Mouse.
He is using the space key, though.
Nice. Good job. Great.
Yeah. Very
Didn't
straightforward.
say great, I added that in
No,
there.
yeah, that was an LS thing.
Yeah, I was. It's fine. Okay, so coming back into the game, mid lane is up, top lane is up. Bramble Vest completed for the Mordekaiser.
They got fighting up on the top side in the Death Realm. Also, Canyon not in the greatest spot here, gonna get cocooned up. Now Nuggery, I feel like we've seen this before out of this player. He is gonna get 3-on-1 as he was pretty far down the lane after being put in the Death Realm and will be punished for that. Nuclear now gonna get engaged on a big amount of burst damage coming in. Nuclear trying to root them down and flash, and he will. But another stun gonna come down onto Beryl. It's all about if he can escape here with his life. The TP is gonna come on in now, the heal being used. But Nuggery just gonna turn here onto Secret, takes the easy kill rather than going for Hybrid and trying to get greedy, as Hybrid did have his flash still available. And so that does mean it is turned around with Dumb One picking up the kill.
And so now they're gonna be able to convert into plates, and now Canyon, who's actually behind in jungle XP, 2 flawless. He's looking like that Dave Chappelle image, asking if he's got any more of that lane minions, as this is 10-2, so the jungle buffs are not present in this patch.
Yeah.
So anytime that the jungler has the opportunity to get some of those lane minions, they definitely want to take it. It's the most important thing.
Feels so good.
Yeah, it's the best time of the day for them, as Nuggery, he already ate the majority of the wave, so it's not like he's losing out on too much, but he does end up dying. Take a look at this trade. Nuclear and Beryl, they want to try to crash in this wave, but it's such a bizarre positioning by both of them as they're approaching. Nuclear flashes away and cleanses away. You can see Beryl, he's playing a game right here because he obviously can't queue into Secret. Teleport comes out. Hybrid, had he been spacing this a lot better, I'm pretty sure they can kill Beryl and then go 1-for-1, and then he can get out. But Teleport came in from Nuggery. Only 1 play down in bot. Nuggery back now up in top lane. Almost has the phage completed. Showmaker landed that chain.
Yeah, and he's got a second one where that came from.
And
nice
that is a lot of damage. Yeah, that's quite a bit. He's going to go for another distortion, except onto the minions here. He may have just given up on trying to kill Caney. Yeah. Someone needs to Romanize this guy's name.
Romanize it.
That's what it's called, right? Romanization?
Well, from Hangul.
Yeah.
Yeah, you Romanize it, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, we got it. Caney coming up on the third. That's not Romanization. Yeah.
When you get the Korean letters written, it's not Romanization.
When you take the Korean name and then Romanize it, it would not be spelled
like
Beryl.
That. Oh, Beryl. That's a really unfortunate position right there on the wall. Had his flash, but just decided I'm dead. That's about it. You got to be really careful when you're going up against Leona like that. Canyon looking for the kick on a flawless, but he is just going to flash away. TP from Showmaker may have been a bit of overkill, but either way, it is going to save Nuclear in the bottom side, and no one will die.
Well, Caney now managed to shove in the entire wave. LeBlanc going to have to decide what she wants to do with it now. Also, Showmaker with the Merc Tread boots, so no lost chapter, not a lot of sustain. As Beryl, really important that he get that ward. Eats the entire bullet time. Just wanted to make sure that they couldn't see his final resting place.
Yeah. But then they just danced on his final resting place after they killed him. Does not matter.
Ocean Drake coming up in 20 seconds.
Wow, that's big jump up on there as Nuclear. He is going to get slowed up. He tries to clutch it, and ooh, nice sidestep, but not going to sidestep this one. As the burst damage will come in, but the exhaust may save him. No, not with the MF coming on in. As Flawless is going to have that repel and will get to safety. The 3-on-2 comes to fruition again in the bot lane as they're bullying them down there.
And meanwhile, up in the top lane, the Aatrox not really achieving all that much because Mordekaiser, Bramble Vest plus Ninja Tabi. Very, very difficult for Nuguri to do anything there, but Rift Herald did get picked up. Hybrid up 8 CS right now. In bottom.
CS and 2 kills.
Yeah. Take a look at this one more time. They immediately decide to go on Nuclear, misses the Solar Flare, cleanses the slow, dodges the Zenith Blade, and then the Cocoon ends up hitting. Beryl tries to lock up Flawless, casts the exhaust to reduce as much damage as possible, but then Hybrid joins the fray, brings him down.
Yeah, had to flash to get on in there. Both Leona and the MF did to make that kill happen, but it's definitely worth it to bring down Aphelios once again. Now they have a 2-0 MF that is ahead on CS, as you mentioned. Having a grand old time down on the bottom side. The Mordekaiser this time around, kind of nullifying the top lane. The one guy that's really doing well overall on the side of Damwon is the LeBlanc here, Showmaker. 126 CS. Halfway through the 12th minute of the game, as, oh boy, he is going to get locked down, though, by that ultimate. It's really hard to lock down in LeBlanc, though. You really have to chain every single CC to make it happen, and they were just a split second late, so Showmaker gets out alive.
And Nuguri getting some turret plates up here in top lane. They're also summoning the Rift Herald here in mid lane. As Flawless and Secret rotate, okay, they are going to actually manage to get some of the plates.
Okay. Yeah, bet they will. They're gonna pick up 2 of them. Maybe even that third one that did come originally. Ocean Drake coming up here as Ixu, well, he was doing better earlier on, but not so much anymore. As he's getting just dove down here under the turret, though, in the Death Realm. Nuguri is just going to wait it out. Let's see if he continues on here. He is going to have that combo coming in. One auto is going to take him down. Nuguri just putting on a show in the top lane.
And so Nuguri now up there on the Aatrox, going to manage to get, well, he got 3 plates in total. It looks like he's not electing to actually stay to try to get that last one. And so Ocean Drake going to be picked up. Nuguri knowing that
Flawless.
He needs to maybe teleport here.
Gonna go down as the LeBlanc Showmaker just so on top of his chains in this game. Another kill onto the MF that was all alone. Lots of squishy targets on the side of APK, and Showmaker and Nuguri just making quick work of them here. Kaney, he will survive for now. And he will survive for good.
That's a little bit of an example of the difference between Lissandra and Cassiopeia. As minor as it is, this is a very repeatable situation that what we just saw. The Nautilus hook can't really get onto her, then she's able to escape with her Frozen Claw. She also has just so many options available that even in this brief moment, it's really nice to see. And yeah. So I got top. Mordekaiser no flash. Let's take a look at the replay here. And this is why Aatrox did not elect to stay in top lane. He wants to teleport into the fight. He ends up bringing down Hybrid. And now the game really does spiral completely out of control from here. 4,000 almost gold advantage. Ocean Soul or Ocean Dragon for Damwon, as Infernal Soul is going to be the one that is coming up. Now, APK is teleporting.
And Nuclear has Flash and Cleanse available, is going to get out of there.
Kaney was...
Kaney.
Add a Y, man.
No Ys in this game, except Hybrid.
So,
there.
Then why'd you say no wise?
No. I thought there wouldn't be wise, but actually I was wrong.
Okay.
That was kind of a Twitch reaction to go for the teleport to try to collapse onto the 80 carry.
Very panicked.
Yeah.
Because even if they end up killing Aphelios there, they don't get anything else. You're not going to get the bottom tier 2 turret. You're not getting mid tier 1 somehow magically. There's nothing of real value to get. Now, Death Realm is up on Mordekaiser. So Atrox just has to respect that, backs off a little bit. Nuggery and Showmaker leading the charts with Hybrid being only about 60. Never mind.
Okay, ults are coming down. They really want to kill this Lee Sin, but Flawless is gonna get locked up. Showmaker, though, gonna try to get in there. We'll see if they can punish him for it. Lots of damage coming out of Hybrid, but not enough to lock anyone down. You can see that's really all that APK have in the tank when they do go for a kill onto one of these members. So they're all very slippery. Adding in Nautilus to be a front line and add some CC. And when you are behind like this, about 4,000 gold, it is going to be hard to lock someone down like that. So they say, how about a rotation onto Nuggery? He's known to push. Ixu getting it started already. Canyon is here trying to burst down Hybrid, already doing a nice amount of damage, but will get stunned up and put in the death chamber. But Aphelios, he's having a fun time, is able to get on in there and take him down. Nuggery, in the meanwhile, did survive 1v1 against Ixu, and Showmaker says, I'll just TP to the bot lane, I'll be totally fine.
Yeah, and he's taking the bot tier 1 turret. He's going to get all that gold for himself. Also picks up a minion wave. Lissandra now going to rotate down to bottom to meet that cannon wave that's coming into the bot tier 2. We got 1 minute until Infernal Dragon, and LeBlanc has a Kindle Gem, which definitely a peculiar itemization choice here.
Protobell?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but that is peculiar.
That's definitely very bizarre. Surely picked up by Nuggery, going to be commanded by him this game. Showmaker trying to do a lot of poke onto Kaney.
Okay, we'll accept Keeney.
You know what? Lissandra.
Yeah,
right,
just call him Lissandra.
I've had enough.
I do that sometimes. Say the champion name instead.
So Lissandra getting poked out like that, not having teleport available, means that it's going to take some time to join the fight here surrounding the Infernal Dragon. Also, Canyon might just steal away the blue buff. Or Flawless might smite it.
Okay.
And now that is one less smite that he has.
He's got another one coming on in here. Just look at the burst damage that comes out of LeBlanc on one of the squishies. Elise immediately half health, but Nautilus in the front is being burst down, but he has a great item. It is called Stopwatch. It's going to give them so much extra time to survive. As everybody now just being burst down by the side of Dom 1, smacking them with their wallets, as Atlas would say. That is exactly what's happening here. Lissandra, she survives, but she just kind of wishes that her team was in a better standing here. The pick was good. She is 1-1, 1-0-1, but she can't do it all by herself, unfortunately.
Well, Shirley being summoned in bot lane, Canyon soloing the Infernal Dragon. And this is really spiraled out of control. 7,000 gold advantage here. About to be even more when you factor in the Infernal Dragon. As Beryl, Ixu, I don't really know what he was totally doing there on the Mordekaiser with his whole combo sequence. And then watch right here as the Luden's Echo proc. Boop. Bops right onto Elise.
Yeah.
야 사슬 무대 사슬 무대 잘 때렸다 야 미포 노플
The same misfortune no flash. Well,
yeah, you can see from his view, he was trying to land a chain to hit the
now,
wolves, and that's why it bounced.
That's the pro view. I was reading some comments in the Reddit thread yesterday that said that LCK ProView isn't available?
Yeah, I think it's only available in Korea, unfortunately, through SK Telecom, from what I know. But we do have a one-on-one here. Xixu's not having a lot of fun. Is going to be able to bop Nuguri back here. Now it's a one-on-two. Gonna flash in, try to burst him down. I don't know if that's gonna work as well. Flawless gonna make this a lot harder. Nuguri missing that one. As here comes Nautilus, and the gang of all of his friends are gonna help him out as Flawless. He's so angry right now that he was not able to pull that one off, and now it is just a massacre in the bottom lane. A triple kill for the Lee Sin.
I feel like that really was Flawless for the for Nuguri there.
Yeah,
you know?
It was.
I think that was, you know, I can't even make puns with their IDs. Sucks, man. I was gonna try to do something, but also Spirit Visage on Nuguri actually helping out a great deal there. Those were all 3 of the magic damage champions on the enemy team. So
I love how immediately we go into pro view of Nuguri.
Talking about who has ultimates. So overall, really good control. Previews are really interesting to watch.
Yeah.
If you do ever make use of them. There are some subtle things that, you know, maybe aren't totally obvious, such as mouse cursor proximity to champion, which is what I
That's your new
often
thing to talk about.
Yeah.
I've noticed. Every time we get into Pro View now, it's all about proximity.
Because I've seen so much from, you know, watching streams or even watching other Pro Views from some Western players, and it's really sad to sometimes not see something like this.
Oh boy.
When you look.
Getting in there deep. Did Showmaker go too far? No, he's LeBlanc. As he's just looking to go in even farther. If he could, but this is going to say APK. If you want to get near me, you're probably going to die. And now it is just the very systematic destruction of all of these turrets, one by one. Game feels pretty over here. 23 minutes in, 10,000 gold ahead. Really feels like the top side of the map, specifically Nuguri, Canyon, and Showmaker, have had highlight plays. And yep, there's another one. Just how about we just show off for the fans?
Yeah.
Right at the end, you know. You thought you had an 80 carry? Well, you don't.
Now, even though APK, they have a stronger late game, they're not going to get there. They would be 15, 16 minutes away of playing a 10,000 gold deficit, which is just not going to happen.
Well, everybody's just being elite down here, and Ixu somehow is going to win that fight. In goes the LeBlanc, is just distortioning on everybody up on the top side. It's disgusting. And Lysandra is going to get away. Canyon, you got to love it. He's not going to let Ixu get away alive. He's just waiting for the shield to go down, and we'll take him out there at the end.
I like how he dissipated.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser.
Yeah. Well, one inhibitor, the other one exposed in bottom lane. Damwon just gonna reset one last time. Although Infernal was coming up in 10 seconds, I'm not sure why they wouldn't burst that down then reset. So you can see Nuguri just being a little bit overeager down there, fighting Mordekaiser underneath that tier 3 turret. And, all right, so one little tidbit I can talk about, given that the game is over. Some people probably look at this and they're like, well, how does APK's team composition, how is it actually better? The way that the LeBlanc, Aatrox, and Lee Sin eventually end up itemizing is they get magic resistances that, outside of Aatrox, they really don't want to be purchasing. The Hex Drinker on the Lee Sin doesn't really matter when you're fighting a 4 or 5 item Mordekaiser, or even a 3 item Mordekaiser. It also doesn't matter against the Lysandra. If that's mattering against Lysandra, you're probably CC'd up or already dead if you're on even footing. And so these are items that you're being forced to build for no reason, whereas the items that they're building that make them tankier or allow them to continue on and sustain fights, they're the ones that they already want to be building in the first place. So it sort of staggers your itemization and then you're playing into them over and over, and they can function with lesser gold, but when the gold gap is 11,000, 2 Infernals, and level discrepancies, yeah, it's not going to look too pretty. But the other problem is the LeBlanc will eventually have more difficulty engaging if they were on even footing. Suddenly Lissandra R on LeBlanc is a really big problem. And then all of the disruption that is present on APK's team composition is really good, but they didn't make it there. They were having really stable laning phases, and then it all just blew apart.
Yeah.
Or fell apart in a very short amount of time.
Canyon says, I don't really need your guys' help, but if you want to make it happen quicker, we can get some help and 2-man it. Kenny in a bit of trouble here. You can see that he wasn't able to get that Aftershock proc. Nautilus here just trying to zone him out. He's going to be forced to flash over the wall. The Baron not going down all that quickly. Canyon going to get a big kick down. Secret trying to get in there, but Nuggery's in your backline, and there's nothing that you can do. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Although Hybrid is going to be able to flash away. He is the only one that does get away with his life. We got TPs available on Showmaker and Nuggery. They will go in to try to end this game. Lickety split.
And that's going to be all that they wrote. So, for what was almost a Game 1 victory for APK to this game, looking a lot more like what we expected, where despite the lane matchups being the way that they were, Nuggery and Showmaker still just won regardless, and had a lot more influence in doing it.
He got the kill. It's all worth because he was able to pick it up. He's going to net Secret and Flawless. How about Kaney? They're going for it, and they will pick it up. Triple kill ends up being the play as G2 will come in. Damwon able to close it out cleanly in game number 2. Honestly, though, that was what we expected from the entire series. We expected it to look like game number 2, but game 1, I mean, Nuggery was really the guy that went in there and stole the game away from APK and denied them an extra chance. Whereas this easily could be 1-1 right now in the series. So shout outs to him. He had a pretty fantastic day overall, even if his team kind of stumbled early on in game number 1 and got behind. He was the guy that we are definitely going to be hearing from in the interview. The question is, will he be alone, or will another guy be voted in as POG from the second game?
Yeah, and if you're APK, you look at game number 1, sort of like the one that got away. But with how game number 2 did go, which I think is much more representative to how the norm would be if these two teams collide over and over and over, even a big draft win was not enough. Now, bot lane did have glimmers of hope in this series. Nuclear and Beryl obviously historically always dubbed the weak link of Damwon.
Well, mostly Nuclear, as Beryl had some really insane pop-off performances at Worlds on his Alistair.
Well,
but he was actually the literal Servant in game number 1 that got killed early so that he could teleport perfectly to try to end the game.
Yeah, I mean...
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Unbelievable play out of Nuclear. He should have gotten the player of the game.
He should have, actually.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Isn't Doctor Strange called Lord Supreme or something? I don't even know.
Yeah,
you don't even
probably.
watch Marvel. Get out.
Isn't that DC? I don't know.
I don't.
Aren't they the same thing?
What?
What is X-Men? Is that DC?
Oh my god.
I'm just doing this to troll you now.
The only thing more unclean than you right now was that Lee Sin kick on Elise. Okay?
I mean, that's Lee Sin, right? He's the biggest sinner of them all.
Valdez, I don't want to hear it. You're going in.
We got another series
We're gonna
to
talk,
go.
yeah.
We got a whole other series to go. And that second series should be a bit more interesting.
Yeah.
As it is going to be Genji up against Griffin. people are still, I feel, struggling to place exactly where Griffin is as a team. Gen G was one of the rosters that everybody said was going to be top 3.
Yes.
Whereas Griffin, everybody's still unsure.
Griffin had insanely strong draft edges, if I recall, and ended up just not really winning the games. Tarzan, obviously, I mean, he went from the king of the jungle to George of the jungle in literally the span of one split, obviously being surrounded by different teammates. And Sword was actually one of the stable pieces in their last game.
Yeah.
But
surprising, to say the least.
Yeah. I mean, you have to feel pretty okay with how things currently are.
For sure. I mean, Griffin, I think they absolutely could put up a fight against Gen G. Gen G have a nice stacked roster, but it's early on in LCK Spring. I mean, there's so many more games to play and months to play for the teams to get their chemistry all together and for everybody to kind of get on the same page. So for right now, I wouldn't say it's a toss-up, but definitely some things can go wrong where you may not expect them, or maybe some things go pleasantly right for your team. So Nuggery, we both voted for him for player of the game for game 2, and I would expect to just hear only from him on stage. Yeah, there it is. We didn't want to spoil it, but thank you, production, for giving it out to us, as the damage taken per minute was over 1,000. He still managed to do so much in this game.
This was his teleport down in bot lane to turn this around, as well as his solo kill there as he just stabs the Mordekaiser. Now, another cool thing about this was also he was the hero of the game in game number 1, so hopefully we get to hear about that in the interview. As right here, this was just him putting on a little bit of a showmanship against the 3 magic damage champions. Now, he had Spirit Massage in that clip, so yeah, that was helping with his tankiness.
Lee Sin went in there and last hit all of the guys because he wanted to make sure that everybody knew that he was the best on the team. Picked up all those kills, and so very cool stuff. Apparently, Nuggery did get 11 out of 12 votes, so I wonder who that one guy was that voted for Showmaker.
What?
Or Canyon. I mean, Canyon did have a pretty good game as well.
I'm actually curious now.
Yeah. I don't know if they're going to show it to us, but
probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Would have to imagine no, but you guys do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. With the translation, and we'll be having a solo MVP or POG interview with Nuggery. He picked up 3 POGs so far. Congratulations on the first win. We had a bad start, so we were really sad. So really want this first win. So I'm really happy with this 2-0 victory and also the POG. So game number 1, you did pick up a win. However, it was a bit shaky. So what kind of feedback went back and forth? Kiana, Rumble, they were really strong in team fight. Also, Kiana was really good at roaming and picking up kills. So we said, let's just ban out those champions. And also, it was so close to losing that game 1, but Nuggery, you managed to just destroy the Nexus. Who made the call to use the TP? We actually lost 2 players and they were pushing with inhibitors, so I knew that even though if I just join or group up with my teammates, we would fail to protect that inhibitor, but after that actually players just tried to base and set up in their base, so we communicated with me and Beryl, so we just decided to go with TP and just go for two-man backdoor. So, what was in your mind when you're taking down the Nexus? I was really focusing in that situation. I was thinking that I have to push it, I have to just finish it. I didn't really calculate everything, but someone told me Aphelios is also coming to the base, so I thought I was gonna die, but I was lucky to break it down.
만나봐야겠죠. 네, 지금부터 함께 하시죠.
So this is the moment we mentioned.
감정적이었는지 아니면 이성적으로
Were you
할수 있다고 보셨나요?
getting really emotional at that moment, or were you able to remain cool-headed?
누가 올 수 있다고 이제 말을 하거든요.
So someone told me Aphelios is also grouping up, so I thought I was close to dying, but I guess I was a little bit lucky because I took one rune with the attack speed. Maybe that snowball to the backdoor.
제가 라이즈 할 때 CS를 너무 많이 놓쳐가지고
Because I always miss so many CS in the early phase, so I actually took the attack speed rune, and I didn't really expect this would end up actually winning the backdoor.
그리고 두 번째 세트.
So game number 2. Noguri, once again you got the POG. You were the highlight of that game. What was the team's communication in that game? Well, even though we got game number 1, our performance was really bad, so we weren't in a good mood. So we wanted to just cheer up, and also we knew that APK were good at team fights and also roaming, so we wanted to shut those plays down, and we just want to have the games we wanted. And when you were calling Kenyan for a turret dive, you actually made a false call saying he only has 1 HP. Well, I knew that was a mistake, but I just wanted to say let's do a turret dive, but I made a mistake in saying it to top 1 HP. I know it's a lie, but Kenyan also used to it, so I pinged him and he said, oh, this is viable, well, let's do this, so we made it happen.
상대뿐만 아니라 우리 팀도 유인하는 그런 콜을 보여주셨습니다. 그리고 너구리 선수가 피지컬뿐만
And
아니라
also, Noguri, now you are more intelligent than before because we have this highlight we want to focus on here.
이때 이제 팀이 오고 있었는데 생존각은 어떻게 보셨나요?
So, did you expect that you will be able to survive? Well, actually, yes, because two of the players were AP damaged, so I didn't see any angle for me to die. So I actually told my teammates I can win. You guys don't have to just come for a backup. I also lied there, but luckily my teammates were following for backup, so I was able to survive and also pick up kills. Because I lied too much, well, my teammates can tell whether it's the time to come or not. So you are still aggressive as before, but you are now smarter now. So there are some solo kill level moments, but you just hold back. There are some moments I cannot hold back, but when I go in for those moments, I always end up dying. So our coaching staff and my teammates, especially Burrow, he is my inhibitor. When I say I want to go in for this, he always says no, you shouldn't go.
너구리 선수도 이제 점점 발전해 가고 있고 팀적으로도 너구리 선수의
So Noguri and Damwon Gaming is growing up as a whole.
자, 이제 너구리 선수가 팀의 POG를 모두 차지하고
So
있어요.
you are taking all the POGs in your team.
있으신지 들어보고 싶어요.
일단은 경기력
First of all,
경기력 자체가 좀 올라올 필요성도 있는데
we really need to kind of
MVP 같은 게
step up our performance, but last year I picked up a lot of MVPs, but in the end I didn't get a lot, so this year I'm trying to get more POGs. Then what's your personal goal?
일단은 제가 결승을 한 번도 못 가봐가지고
We never made to the finals,
간절함이 있는데
so we all
한번 가보고
are
싶은데
dreaming for the final stage.
팀적으로도 너구리 선수 개인적으로도 결승 무대를 밟아서 또 우승까지 차지하면 정말
I hope Noguri and Damwon Gaming can make it to the final stage and pick up the trophy. This will be the end of the interview. Wrapping up with the message for the fans.
병이 약간 전염병이 아니라
You
병이
know,
퍼지고 있는데 그런 거 이제
the virus is
집에서
spreading all around the nation, so
응원해준 팬분들이 약간
I want to thank all the fans watching at home. I'm really sad we cannot have the fan meets at the arena, but I always appreciate all the love and support. And please stay safe and take care.
너구리 선수의 말씀이었습니다. 있습니다. 오늘 고생하셨고요.
So this will be the end of the interview with Nuguri, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation. Always good to hear from Nuguri as well, as he's always very animated in the interviews and gives some great insights there. So Damwon, they take the loss against SKT, but they smash
T1.
APK.
T1.
Yes, T1.
Come on.
Sorry. I wonder which week I'll get that down. Maybe week 3 or 4. Maybe I'm too optimistic. Damwon, 1-1. Still early, but they get the win that they should have, and a loss that perhaps they should have as well, although it was very close against T1. Guys, don't go anywhere. We are going to be back here in about an hour, which I know is a long time, but when we do get back in an hour, it is going to be Gen G versus Griffin. As we mentioned before, Gen G, pretty stacked roster, everybody expecting a lot from them, but Griffin, still waiting to see exactly how that roster is going to pan out and just how good they can be. So this is going to be a big test for them up against Gen G. Again, we have an hour, so we're going to get some dinner. You guys can grab some popcorn, and we'll be back with more LCK 2020.
Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Hello, everybody. We are back here at the LCK 2020 Spring. It is Gen G up against Griffin for our second match of the night. It's me, Valdez, as always, with literally set. Great picture drawing there by Atan on Twitter. I saw that one. It was just a spitting image of everybody's favorite cast.
You know, I don't know where he got the original photo to draw inspiration from, but I did tell him to draw me like one of the. No, I'm not.
One of your what?
You know what? You're not even gonna get the Titanic reference.
I was waiting.
You were probably waiting, but not really.
I was waiting on it.
You know.
Almost got him, guys.
Ridiculous.
Maybe next time. Yeah. But we do have another matchup here. And what are you thinking about this one? Gen G feeling pretty good.
So, Gen G, even in the Kespa Cup and so far here in 2020, they've definitely not lived up to the massive amount of hype that they had coming in to Kespa Cup, coming in to 2020 Spring. Thus far, in Griffin, they got edged out in their last series, so we'll have to see if they can find more draft victories here today, because I don't think it's going to be that likely that they would lose with such advantages out the gate yet again. So we're going to take a look at the match points in just a second here.
There, we got there. Yeah.
We got there.
All right. Gen G wants another victory versus Griffin, who wants no more defeat. Gen G has been Griffin's natural enemy since last year, even when Griffin was on top. What makes them extra stronger to take on Griffin? Can't lose 2 games in a row. Have Griffin prepared a new lineup for a win. And Clinton Tarzan competed for the best jungler spot in 2019. The match history is Clinton on top 9-7.
And like I was mentioning earlier, Tarzan, he really went from Tarzan, King of the Jungle, to George of the Jungle so far in his last couple of series that he's ended up playing. And a byproduct of this, which is something that, you know, lots of people don't want to talk about, but when your laners end up getting weaker and nerfs end up happening to your role, which currently 10.2 is not the patch where jungle does end up getting buffed, things can get a little bit worse for jungler, but he has looked very mechanically off from what a lot of people have expected, and we have to wonder where his mindset is actually at in terms of how is he feeling about everything going on.
젠지 전력 굉장히 강하다 생각하고 어느
As
하나
we're gonna take a
빠지지
look at
않고
some
다
trash
잘한다고
talk.
생각해요.
상체 3명에 또 룰러까지 있으니까 완성형 팀 느낌?
그리핀도 선수 몇 분이 나가게 되면서 새롭게 들어온 선수도 생기고 그렇게 됐잖아요. 그러다 보니까
옛날보다는 좀 더 호흡 같은 것도 맞춘 시간이 적고 조금 약해졌다고 생각해요. 유칼 선수는 공격적이고 타전 선수는 약간 수비적으로 운영해가지고 잘 맞을까 싶기도 하고 약간 그런 생각이 많아요.
저희도 호흡 잘 맞춰서 하면은 충분히 이길만 하지 않나 생각해요. 제 옆에는 항상 승용이 형이 봐주고 있기 때문에 믿고 가겠습니다.
태민이가 워낙 잘하다 보니까 타전 선수를 힘을 못 쓰게 하지 않을까 싶습니다.
클린 선수가 젠지라는 팀에 들어가서 이제 어떻게 변했을지는 아직은 모르니까 이제 대회에서 붙어보고 그래야지 좀 스타일을 알지 않을까 싶어요.
승용아 뭐 이번 연에도 서로서로 파이팅하고 다시 또 높은 곳에서 볼 수 있으면 좋겠다. 제 기억으로는 2019년에 젠지가 약간 그리핀 담당 일진이었다고 생각을 하거든요. 베인 브라운.
두 배가 진짜 제대로 발랐고요.
네, 기억납니다.
젠지 바텀 상대할 때는 좀 더 신경 써서 하게 되는 것 같아요. 작년에 중요할 때마다 젠지한테 좀 크게 한 방 먹었어가지고
그리핀 만나면은 게임을 막 이기더라고요, 신기하게. 일을 많이 좀 갈고 계실 것 같은데 이번에도 저희가 이겼습니다.
우리의 레전드자가 캐리할 거기 때문에 바이퍼 선수를 믿고 가겠습니다.
상당히 흥미로운 대결이고요. 더 열심히 준비해야겠다고 생각합니다.
젠지전의 승리로 다음 경기, 다다음 경기까지 좀 자신감을 얻을 수 있을 것 같아서 젠지전은 꼭 이기고 싶어요.
잘 준비하셔야 할 것 같아요.
바이퍼 아이로브를 믿고 가겠습니다.
제가 있잖아요. 꼭 지게 해드리겠습니다.
꼭 이겨서 좀 저희가 이번 새로운 시즌에도 잘 적응했다라고 이제 보여주고 싶어서 꼭 젠지전도 저희가 만족스러운 결과를 만들어낼 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
Valdez, I just want to tell you something.
Yeah, what's that?
We just heard how to pronounce the support's ID. Irove.
Irove, yeah. Isn't that what you guys were calling it the
We
other
didn't
day?
know if it was Erove.
No, it's definitely Irove.
Okay.
Eroves around the support position, and you know, this is a big, gigantic test actually for the side of Griffin.
Take a look at what is going on here. Starting lineup, Nahyun going to be coming out. And we have to wonder what is causing this after just one performance.
Yeah, one shot, one opportunity, and then you're cut.
Now, this happened before where UCal disappeared from a team for seemingly reasons unknown. It happened with Afrika a long time ago. Now, it is only game one, but it is so strange to me, given that he was considered a high-profile signing. He came in to actually replace this player, and now, all of a sudden, we're back here. Now, they are on red side, so maybe there's some sort of a specific counter pick that Nahyun could be looking to play or something. Maybe Azir is going to end up coming out. How about that, Valdez? No? A little too far-fetched?
Only if we get Corky alongside of it.
Get out.
Then I'll be okay. You know how I feel about Corky alongside Azir. Always a lot of fun. Nahyun, though, he can bring in those weird picks, as you were talking about, stuff that nowadays would be considered out of the meta. Back in the day, used to be super normal, and he was good at that kind of thing. So I feel like he did thrive in that kind of environment. But nowadays, I'm not so sure exactly where Nahyun stands. So it's a big test for him. It's a big test for Griffin overall. You were talking about Tarzan as a player. Where does he stand after kind of a shaky performance against Afrika? And where is everybody else? You know, can Viper actually make this bottom lane with a new support in Irove actually work? Whereas on the side of Gen G, they were able to take the win over KT, but that first game against KT was not the cleanest, if you will. So Gen G having their own kind of growing pains coming into the first week here of 2020 LCK, as we are going into the first game of this matchup here. Gen G on blue.
see how the draft is going to unfold. We're looking to see if Griffin is going to keep going for the scaling types of team compositions and how Gen G is going to look to approach this. Please let me see Soraka. Today, Valdez. One time, that's all I'm looking for. Talia being banned away, I think.
You saw Soraka in the ban window. There you go. LS, he's really angry right now. He's literally speechless. He's fuming. You guys
Literally
don't even
seething.
know. Yeah.
And definitely a little salty right now after
hey,
seeing these bans.
Yumi's still available. It's
Yeah.
not the same, I understand, but we can have one healing support.
I can't quite read his lips, but I can't tell if Tarzan was just really frustrated with something that he just said. But his facial expression gave me the vibe that he's agitated. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading a little too much into it. As Mordekaiser does bite the dust, is this lining up for... Is lining up for Set to get first picked?
I mean, I'm set for that. If they do want to go for that kind of ban, I'm ready to do it. And there you go. Set is going to be banned right off the bat as Ornn first pick. Okay. So we have something for you here, LS. We knew you were a little bit angry with Soraka getting banned, but...
There's my favorite Redbeard.
Yeah, B1.
Over there, yeah. B1 Ornn. Griffin now responding by hovering Aphelios. And we'll see what they want to pair that with. And also, what is Sword actually going to play up in top lane here against the Ornn with Soraka and Mordekaiser and Set banned away? As Griffin probably just want to respond jungler here. Usually the common 1-2 punch. And Elise, so already not opting to go into the scaling type of play, so Gen G could already acknowledge that Griffin is committed. At least one champion to a pretty volatile playstyle. As they're hovering Xin Zhao, it's been a very long time since we've seen this champion.
Yeah.
And he just actually put on some armor and aged 30 years as
30 years?
I mean, what?
Turpin's not
come on.
that old.
Look at his nasolabial folds. Along with
What?
What?
Did you just say?
Right?
His
Valdez.
nasolabial folds?
Yeah, that's these lines. That's what they're called.
Oh, is that where you get those wrinkles?
Yeah.
I call those nose wrinkles.
Yeah. All right, whatever. Zoe ended up being... Is that Tryndamere?
They keep hovering it, you know?
So...
There's a reason behind that. There has to be.
I don't know what it is with the Tryndamere. I genuinely don't really know. Now, I will say this. One game I had Rascal on my team on Tryndamere. Sword was on Set. Sword wasn't happy. That's all I'm going to say. So I don't know if that is possibly what the Tryndamere hover is about.
Maybe.
Because maybe they've actually met many more times outside of that game and Rascal's played Tryndamere, but I'm not sure. Tryndamere, I actually think, is in a fantastic spot right now. The problem is teammates will not want to play around him. This is a problem that many teams have with Kayle, Kassadin, champions that need a lot of time. Generally, getting the other 4 teammates to agree.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean...
Because everyone wants to be center of attention.
The word agree does not exist on solo queue. Summoner's Rift, whereas maybe it can in pro play. Look at that! Tryndamere ban! It's a real thing.
All right, well.
You don't usually just throw away a ban there. There has to be a reason.
Tryndamere, for a lot of people that don't know, he's not a bad champion at all. In fact, I would say that he's actually probably S tier. If you are really, really good at him, the champion is so obnoxious, so strong, and he has so many options that some of the other split pushers just don't have right now. He's very akin to Fiora as well, where even if he's 0-10, once he gets 2 items, it doesn't matter that he's 0-10. Champions like that are really gross. Just want to point that out, and I love it.
So it's like
Absolutely love
in
it.
the line of Soraka.
Oh, well, Soraka doesn't want to fall behind,
Yeah.
but she's still useful if she does. So, Griffin here with a pure Sin team composition, honestly. They're going to need a mage, I think, to come in here, because I don't think that you want only Elise as the source of magic damage for your team, but it looks like they want to go with Nami. This could be Aphelios top lane against Ornn, by the way, and then Lucian ADC with Aatrox in mid, I guess, against the Zoe, but looks like they're doing some swaps. We're going to find out what it's going to be at the end, but Genji's team composition is just so good.
Yeah.
Griffin's is... I don't even... honestly, I have no idea what to make out of this. This is straight out of solo queue. You know, like the poster for that movie? It was straight out of Compton. You ever see that movie?
Actually, I did, yeah.
Did you? Okay.
That is one movie that I have seen.
We need a tan to
You
draw
found one.
A straight out of solo queue.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, man,
this
there's
team
so
comp.
many things you can do with that.
This team composition is win by 10 minutes or just lose the game. Just go next. And I have to really wonder why, because Yukal is known for his mechanical ability. So why is Nahan being...
Isn't Nahan like a former big Lucian player? Like, didn't he used to play a lot of Lucian?
He does play a lot of Lucian, and I think that a lot of Western viewers, especially if you're new to watching the LCK here, you might think of Nahan when he was on his massive loss streak in the West. But truth be told, I put Nahan at the best mid laner under Faker, below Chovy, Showmaker, Yukal, of course. So I put Nahan at like 5th, actually above BDD in 2019. So he's not slouching. He's improved so much. He's definitely very good, which is also why it's so surprising Yukal was brought in to replace him, and now he's not debuting.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting to see that happen. So either way, guys, we have the game all loaded up, as it will be Genji up against Griffin, hopping onto the Rift. Match 8, game number 1. Let's get it going. No fan chance here, guys. There is an outbreak of coronavirus in the world, and we have banned the viewers from coming in for now. Hopefully that does change eventually, and we can get our great fan chance going once again.
All right, so we'll take a look at how this game is going to transpire. Mostly, all the attention has to be on Tarzan versus Klid. Klid just has to match and counter gank Tarzan, because by going even, they're winning. As, okay, that's a bubble.
He's gonna flash afterwards, and he's super dead. I mean, there's just no way you're gonna get out of that. You had to flash the stun. I mean, that's one of those things that you see in solo queue where it'll happen and you'll get hit by it because you didn't flash it because you wanted to be greedy and save it, and then people will just question mark ping you and just be like, okay, this is over.
Yeah.
You know, you have to flash that stun. You have to know that you're gonna die.
I really do like that Griffin is living up to their team composition straight out of solo queue. The Nami was alt tabbed. Just like in solo queue.
Viper right now, well, in solo queue normally you'd be standing still because you'd be typing expletives. You'd be typing expletives at your support. And I mean that's real. Like, it's a real thing.
All right. Taking a look at all the runes across the board. Nothing too out of the norm. As bot lane,
pretty standard.
Yeah, bot lane's having a little slow push. Sorry about that. I had a hiccup. I did not want to hiccup into the microphone. Sword and Rascal sort of dancing with one another up here in top lane.
Where would you place Rascal? Because you talk about this Elite 4 or Elite 3, and now there's Red.
So,
it's changing every
the Elite
day.
4 used to be Khan, Nuguri, Summit, and Keen. And then just below that would be Doran. And then just below that I would have put Rascal or or Sword. I get. Well, actually, no. Sword would be probably below Rascal. Yeah, it would be Doran and then Rascal, but now we have the Elite 3 and then Red, which is Chovy.
Chovy.
He puts on his robe and wizard's hat. He makes his way to the top lane. Like, wait a minute, who's this?
It's me. It's Chovy.
Oh man.
I wonder if anyone would get that boomer joke. That's an old internet joke. That is really old. Yeah, robe and wizard hat, man.
I was watching one of the league survey poll thingy-majiggies.
Yeah.
And it turns out that a very large age demographic is between 21 and 26 for League of Legends viewers.
Yeah, it does,
which is,
surprise me.
I mean, that makes some people older than me. So if I'm getting it.
How? No, you're.
Valdez.
You're 26.
I just turned 20. Valdez, I just turned 20. Okay.
You just turned 26, but you are 26.
Yeah, so,
right?
So if people have an earlier birthday than me, that's what I mean.
But you said like a large portion of the
No,
viewers.
not a large. No, I said some, Valdez. Come.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I have it in my mind that you're this boomer, but I always forget that you're younger than the rest of us. How old is Ejim actually?
How do I know about the boomer things more than you? I'm hipster too, I guess. I don't know.
Hipster boomer. Do we know how old Ejim is?
I want to say he's 28 or 29.
I think he might be a little bit older than that.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. It would help if we had Atlas here.
Atlas would know.
Atlas would know.
Papa would be able to tell you his birthday too.
Papa would tell you all about his history in the OPL.
Papa,
and, like, he would tell you, like, 2015.
Papa would tell you his history, his birth date, time of birth. He would tell you everything.
Papa literally knows everything.
Yeah.
About anything. Okay, so we're getting an update. Thank you, G-Sun. 1994.
Oh, he's younger than... Okay. I thought he was older.
1994. Wow.
Oh, that's surprising.
What a youngin'.
Yeah.
I'll just have to tell him to get off my lawn when I cast with him for the first time. He's in like a new place. Just make him feel like really awkward. Oh boy. Well,
no. I want to point something out.
Who knows when that will happen?
Rascal went for Bommy's first item, and this is a interesting thing because when you go Bommies, you have to push, but you invest a lot of gold getting the Bommies, and you don't get that much value. You get the slight burn. It only applies if you stick to the opponent, which likely you don't. And you don't get a lot of HP. So if you do go Ruby Chain Vest, you can actually freeze the wave. And you get more HP, and you get more resistances. Now, you lose out a little bit on the burn.
What's the cost difference?
The cost difference is 300 gold.
Bommies is 900, right?
Yeah. Or
and
400 gold,
Chain
yeah.
Vest is...
Oh, well, the chain... I mean, obviously, you can pick up a Chain Vest with Bommies, too.
Oh, you're talking about... Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think I know what you mean.
So at this point in the game, we're just having ping pong, and this is not what you want to have happening if you are Griffin. The Aatrox needs to get ahead. The Elise needs to get ahead. You also see Jarvan moving towards the Bommies as well, which means that he's going to be tank. And this is a nightmare situation, because when you have Aatrox, Lucian, and Aphelios on the team, there's a lot of incentive to get Ninja Tabi on several targets. And sure, Nami and Elise are going to be dealing some magic damage, but not a whole lot. Elise is also probably going to want to get Leandres. Now, we have a gank coming in here. This is really important. If they... What was that timing?
I think it was pretty close to him being seen. But yeah, that was a strange timing on the Graviton. But I suppose he's not seen here. The Cocoon not going to land, and Viper tanking so much damage trying to get him baited into this fight. And now we do have Jarvan. Klid waiting in the wings. He's level 6, gets the knockup. We have Zoe helping out from mid lane. It's going to be a win in the trade. And with Jarvan ahead like this, you do have to be careful with the Cataclysm online that Klid can engage. And they're making this like a whole spread out, engage, and invade all together as Rascal taking an awkward trade. Sword misses that final Q. Not
so,
sure
this is
about
the
that.
thing that I always talk about is if you're Griffin, you're the coaching staff, or you're the players, what are you thinking right now? You're thinking, well, my jungler can't gank. My jungler doesn't do anything. We're getting outscaled. I can feel that we're getting outscaled. What was I supposed to do inside a laning phase? Was I supposed to? Now, obviously, there is actually answers. There is lane manipulation that you need to be cognizant of relative to your jungler's path in order to get the lane states to be in exact locations for when the jungler arrives. That's how you steal away flashes and burn summoner spells off of the opponent. That is a really, really tall ask to do because the enemy team is also cognizant that you need to do that, and they're also pro players. So oftentimes you'll hear the comment, they're not robots. You're goddamn right they're not robots.
Yeah.
Which is why when your only obligation is to not get ganked and play lanes in a certain way to remain safe so that you get to coast freely into a super slated mid-game, it feels really good.
Sounds really nice.
Yeah, it does sound good.
Sounds awesome. I wish I could have that happen.
Sit on your ass
To
and
my
then win
team.
it 15
Yeah.
minutes. Yeah, that's...
Wow.
It truly is impressive.
And that is what is happening here. There was one attempt at a gank in the bottom lane, and Tarzan's still level 5. There have been not too many opportunities for him to gank, don't get me wrong.
Fellas, this game is over. Okay, I'm gonna...
Is
I'm
it
calling it really
now,
early.
or was it after the failed gank?
So,
Just so we can get a timestamp on this one? Just because I want to know.
I know some people really don't like when I make statements like this, and what I'm basically trying to say is that given the assumed level of play of the professional players on both sides, the amount of mistakes that Gen G would have to make several times over is so unlikely that even if it happens once, they still have the scaling, they can recover. And then it can happen again, and then again. And because the Griffin team composition's champions are so slowed down due to nothing happening whatsoever, it's just so unnatural to assume that so many mistakes would keep happening over and over in order to cause them to lose this. So the gold score, it might only say 1,000, but also consider there's a Mountain Dragon, which normally Mountain bolsters armor the most, the stat you tend to have more of, and when all of the champions that are looking to deal damage on Griffin are physical damage and on hit, once the Ninja Tab eyes start coming in, which Jarvan likely going to pick that up, Warren already has it. A little surprising, Kellen has the Merc Treads. It's the only thing, but maybe it's because he perceives himself to be the front line that's going to get thrown in by Callista and then hit with CCs.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like something that might not happen, so I do like the way that Gen Z are playing this very safe early on. In the bottom side they know, okay, they're going to rotate down while we put pressure on the top side. That's fine, as long as we don't die, there's no problem. We can take the trade of keeping our bottom turret alive with 2 plates and you losing your top turret. Very much so.
Yeah.
And it's been a lull state since Nami died, basically. That was the last time we had any real action in this game, and it's almost like both the teams felt forced into this line of play because of the way that the compositions line up against each other. Like, I don't know, I feel like Tarzan could have done more early on.
He absolutely can, but so can the laners. But it derives from what you're saying right there. They have to do more, and they have to look for it. So the ask is on them, the responsibility is on them. But when you look at the lane matchups, outside of Lucian Zoe, there's not an awful lot of control. And when you consider how dangerous the counter ganks are that can come out from Jarvan, it's a real nightmare. So then, you keep playing the circle, and it's like, well, why would I do this to myself? And obviously, if you're a super elite team, you can choose things like this, and then you can beat lesser teams. And oftentimes we'll see this in the LCS, the LEC, or we'd see it in the LCK, where top teams could do it against Jin Air of old. But even then, Jin Air could drag the games out for 40 minutes. That was part of the meme. So I think it leads people to very false conclusions about drafts all too often, and especially if solo queue and scrims are influencing it, it can really plague you for a long time.
Absolutely, and there definitely is a reason why teams continue to draft the way they do. It's many different things. You know, it's comfort, it's lane matchups being prioritized over team composition. It's, you know, what works in scrims versus what doesn't, and, you know, certain stylistic measures of like, oh, my team likes to play in this manner, so we like to play these specific champions, which locks out some of the other ones. But especially because the game got off on the perfect foot for Gen G with the first blood and all their lanes really doing well with no ability to get any ganks going. This game, that is the reason why we are sitting here with Gen G, with what feels like a massive lead, and now getting both dragons. They're going to pick that up easily. Griffin are just kind of sitting on their hands saying, I can't wait for this winter to be over, but kind of feels like that winter's going to end when the game ends.
It's a never-ending winter. It is. Yeah. It's always cloudy in Griffin.
And now you're right on point with that one, with the Cloud Drake and the Cloud Rift. It's
now that, you know what, the Cloud Dragon is sort of a breath of fresh air though. If you are a Griffin fan, it's not as threatening as an Infernal Soul, that's for sure. And the other thing about this is, well, you can also look at it from the angle of the Ornn is going to have the 20% added CDR to his ultimate, so if he does end up completely capping, I guess that's a little obnoxious. Usually CDR is a stat that is pretty laughable because you can always dance around it, depending on what the argument really is and what abilities it is that you're talking about. But regardless here, everything is just completely stable for Gen G, and Griffin's only out right now is about 15 minutes away, and that's the Elder Dragon. And that's if Gen G even allows it to spawn.
Yeah.
Gen G could take the next Cloud Dragon and then say, okay, we're done. We don't need Elder to beat you.
Yeah.
We can even beat you without Baron because of Zoe. And Ornn just being able to dive turrets so easily in Siege.
They can get picked so nicely.
Yeah, they can do so much. So,
how far are we away from a designer comp with what Gen G have, would you say? Is there anything you would change about what they have?
The only champion I don't personally like on it is actually the Jarvan. And that's mostly because I just think that there's other options that you could have had. You could have actually had Ornn in the jungle and then Gangplank top lane or something like that. That would give you way more scaling.
Yeah, that sounds
way
really
more
obnoxious. For sure.
But I think that we are ways away from having Ornn appear in the jungle, especially in LCK.
Yeah.
Not that he can't, but has a very different play style. And again, like we talked about earlier, getting all the teammates to agree it's a task in itself.
Yeah.
In professional league.
That was one of the other things that I forgot to mention as to reasons why we may not see certain drafts or styles played by certain teams. Players might just not want to do it. As Viper and iRove are down here together, pushing against Rascal. So far they've been quite successful in terms of what they're getting there, but they're losing a lot in other places. He's gonna dodge that one, sends out a Paddle Star. They pick up Shirley while pushing the mid lane. And it's not super early on in the game because it was so stale. So even if they get a couple of turrets here, not sure if this is too early or not.
I wouldn't actually mind, by the way, if Rascal ended up going Frozen Heart second, rather than going for the Abyssal Mask or something like that. I think that you can complete the Sunfire, go for the Frozen Heart, because you don't really need to consider the Elise damage, although I can understand it if he does eventually purchase the Catalyst and the Negatron, but he's been sitting on the Sunfire boots for so long, he hasn't built an item. I don't know what he's waiting on.
He's playing the mind game. He's like, if I don't buy items, then maybe the team against me won't think I'm as strong as I actually am. You ever think about that?
You know what? You can actually do that on I believe Cho'Gath at level 11, when it gives you the option to up the skill point in R. You stay level 11, and then they jump on you, and then you upgrade level 11. You get all the health.
Real? What?
Yeah, that's a little mechanic. And also, here's an Echo mechanic for you if you're an Echo player in solo queue. Don't skill your R at level 6. Just leave the point unregistered. The opponents might go on you thinking he doesn't have R.
Yeah.
Then you skill the point, the R activates. So you can really deceive people with stuff like that. It's definitely very, very good. So Cho'Gath, Echo, those are two champions I can think of that can do little cute things like that. I'm trying to think if there's other champions like that. None that are coming to my head. If anyone knows of any others, you can tweet at us. I can't think of any deceiving mechanics like that are in the game.
Yeah, not that I can really think of off the top of my head right now. As, yeah, I'm not sure how this feels as Griffin, because from minute one, they absolutely had to feel like they were down in the dumps. From the second the Nami went down and then Tarzan and their laners weren't able to put anything together, it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll see you guys next game, because I mean, we're sitting here at 20 minutes. Hopefully, you know, Genji throws an Elder or a Baron or something like that away. Look at this, Rascal just gonna ult here. He doesn't have any help, so he's like, I mean, we have a Cloud Drake, might as well just throw it out. We're not gonna be engaging anytime soon. I'd rather just clear this wave.
I'm not even gonna go there on Zoe's items. Whatever. So when you're sieging and poking, the enemy isn't on top of you. They don't get to heal, or even if they have healing. Now, yes, Nami has healing. Nami has a redemption, but how about you just get a death cap and you know, I can't really make a pop. I'm sorry. My throat is so. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
I can't do it either. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
That sound is probably getting
you know, just pop them.
Yeah, snap your fingers. Especially for Nami. I mean, more so than anyone else. But I mean, the Zoe can potentially do that to Nami, Aphelios.
No, I will say the Oblivion Orb is a really good item here. No one has magic resistance on Griffin. Okay. People always say, why do you hate Morello so much? It gives Magic Pen. No, it doesn't. Oblivion Orb gives the Magic Pen. Morello happens to have it as well, but if Zoe just sat on Oblivion Orb and then goes into Rabadon's Death Cap, that would do so much more in the siege and poke scenarios as well as the pick scenarios, because the damage comes in from the Paddle Star in one fell swoop. So it doesn't really matter about any sort of a healing debuff or anything of that nature, especially because Zoe's not applying it to multiple targets in a fight, and that's not how your team composition is designed to fight.
You know, LS, I think I figured it out.
Also, it's an Ornn item, so.
Yeah,
you know.
Building an Ornn item, probably a good idea. You may want to do that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. And I was going to make a joke about inventory slots because she has two. You know, but I figured, you know, we've been there, done that.
Why is Aphelios pushing out the wave? I don't know. He's got somewhere to be right now.
Well, I mean, it's winter, you know. You're trying to do everything to stop from freezing.
Okay.
You know what you need?
He's trying to plow his driveway.
Yeah, exactly.
But what he doesn't know is that Kalissa's about to plow right through him.
So when you're living, especially in the U.S., I don't know about other places, but you're like legally required, I believe, to shovel your own sidewalk.
Yes.
That's like outside of your house.
Rhode Island is like that.
That's like Aphelios. He doesn't have anywhere to go in his car, but he still has to plow the driveway. Or not the driveway, but he gets to the driveway anyway because he will have to go somewhere eventually. So I think I figured it out. That's why he's clearing the lanes.
Warren with the ornament upgrades. Here we go.
All right, we got one big team fight coming on in. It is going to zone them off the turret. And props to Gen G. They don't have to go super deep. They don't have to force it. They did the right thing.
We were talking about this. This is the way that they fight. They siege a turret with Ornn and Zoe. Look to get something. If they do, they march on. They don't, they back up.
Yeah, that's
and if Griffin wants to try to get a little, they want to get a little cheeky and cast World Ender on Atrox and try to run in with a Nami ultimate, Tarek is just gonna, he's gonna raise his hand. Put an end to that real quick.
Yeah. That'll be the end of you.
Let's take a look here at what ends up happening. Zoe comes over, throws out the bubble onto Aphelios. And they didn't get anything, but they did get the turret, and they don't need to get anything. And I love games like this. It might be very boring to the viewers. And if it is boring, well, I don't know. Make fun of Valdez. But if it is boring, the reason that it's exciting is because you get to see both team compositions in their true pure forms. And we get to see how weak one is actually compared to the other.
You just like it because it's proving you right.
No.
LS was right the whole time. Wow, look at this smarty pants.
So, 20 seconds until Cloud Drake ends up coming up. And this is going to be the Cloud Soul, by the way.
Yep.
As Griffin, you can't do anything.
Ornn ult's available
Your comp
again.
sucks.
Yep.
God.
I thought you loved this kind of game.
I do.
You sound like you're in physical pain.
I really, I just like watching good League of Legends. And when you get comps like this, it's not good League of Legends.
But you do like the way that Gen G is playing.
I do like how Gen G's playing.
Because they're playing
That's
it perfectly.
good League of Legends.
Yeah. What else would they do?
Which is why the game is really fun to talk about, because they're piloting it the way that they're supposed to. Now, this isn't.
Oh boy. Well, this
necessary,
is just
but
kind of desperation right now. As Cloud Drake is up, that's a 3-man knockup, and we got Tarek, and they're looking at Kalista just hopping around like a happy little bunny. Gonna take it down. Ornn, meanwhile, just gonna take out the Baron. That's not even with a smite, as this is just absolute disaster for Griffin, as Gen G are piling it on.
Neha needs to be a little manner right now and head on over to the Kalista for the pentakill.
Yo, where are you going, buddy?
I don't know. He's going over the Wolves.
They might be going to the bench after this game. Sorry, Neha. It's not your fault.
All
I
right.
just felt like throwing some shade because
Well, I mean,
this game has been very one-sided.
Oh, man. Well, it might be UCAN coming in here for game number 2, as it really is looking like all she wrote. Gen G are playing it so slow and methodical. I really like to see it. I can't reiterate that enough. This is a very enjoyable game.
Just watch Baker, or not Baker, Ruler in this fight. Let's go in. I'm gonna use Flash. And he did. And you can't really blame him for that one. It's probably gonna be another 5 minutes until the next fight comes up anyway.
BDD now going for the death cap, and again, a really nice thing that he did. He bought an elixir, didn't have enough gold for the death cap, buys the elixir to get as much firepower for the end game fight. If you're playing a solo queue game or something, you're on an amateur team, whatever, before an end game fight, if you know it's going to be the last one, do whatever you can to get as much power. Major neutral objective that's going to change the face of the game, do whatever you can, buy elixir, stunt your build temporarily, because if you lose that objective, you're probably going to lose anyway. But in this instance, obviously, BDD knows that, okay, I'm not going to reach Rabadon's death cap. Let me just get as much ammo as I can for this fight, as Sword is, well...
he saw this before in another game, and he figured he'd try it out as well. Yep, the game is over, guys, as Tarek Ultimate is coming on in, and there is absolutely nothing that Griffin do unless they die in the fountain, and that will not happen here, as that will be the end of this one. I don't really know who to give the MVP to be honest, because
The draft.
yeah, I don't know. That's who I would give it to. Nobody really stood out in a big way.
No one. This is an MVP that is completely up in the air.
Yeah. You know, the camera went to Ruler. Let's give it to Ruler.
He didn't do anything. I guess realistically it's Clid. It has to be Clid just because of the early game, nothing ended up happening, but he found himself up in levels. And he was also there, if you remember, to jump on Elise. I would feel really gross if Ruler simply gets it on the onus that he got a quadra kill around the Baron that Griffin had no business
you know it's
starting.
coming. You
I
know
already
it's
know
coming.
that it's coming. You know what? Can I do a non? Can I do a
you don't
non
have to vote. I'll vote for for good old Clid.
Great. The guy. There's no MVP.
The guy's not happy.
The guy collecting the MVP votes.
He's so angry.
Not happy right now.
Yeah. It's like, that's impossible. What? There can't be no MVP. But it's true. I mean, there really was no MVP of that game. Even Clid, I mean, he was just.
I would give it.
Like
I would give it to Clid, but I don't know. Like, I would feel.
Yeah.
I would feel bad if some vote that I did swing something.
Yeah.
Because it should just have a lot of random points. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Watch me get in trouble for this. I don't even know. Get in trouble for doing my job. I like.
You'll be fine. Look at this Viper. He never stood a chance. This composition was just disgusting, to be honest.
Really, if there was a way to give it to the coach, I would. If we believe that the coach is always the one drafting, which isn't always the case, but if there was a way to allocate MVP points towards something like that, I would definitely do so.
Yeah, I thought about giving it to BDD as well, because it felt like he was doing the most, but that's just kind of Zoe things, you know? Like, she's always going to be hopping around, bouncing around. Doesn't really mean that she was doing the most in the game. But either way, guys, big draft win for Gen G in game number 1. And unfortunately, not much else. Hopefully, game number 2 brings us some more interesting League of Legends and maybe even some Soraka for Love Soraka. We'll be back after this break.
자, 엘리스부터 보고 있고. 이거. 받아. 레몬.
나이스.
끝내자, 빨리 끝내자. 나 살려줘. 빨리 끝내. 나 죽기 싫어. GG, 나이스.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, 젠지와 그리핀이
We're back after
만났습니다.
Genji
많은
pick
분들이
on
치열한 경기를
Griffin.
예상했지만
Everybody expected a very close game, but actually it was a very one-sided game for Genji.
젠지 같은 경우에는 지난 바로 경기에서
Genji
한번 본인들이 보여줬던 패턴이었어요.
showed the pattern that they showed in the previous match.
리신에서 자르반으로 바뀌었다 뿐이지.
They only added J4 instead of Lee Sin. With Zoe and Kalista, they had priority in the mid and bot side, so they could push lanes and give pressure to the enemy jungler. So Griffin, so they took very extremely a gank, a concentrated jungle Elise. However, it did not go as they planned. So Elise is one of the top tier jungle champion in the current meta, and also they locked in Aphelios, which is also very OP champion, but they added Nami, which is a bit of an off-meta champ. With that Nami, actually, they had to start behind. This could be a very small mistake, however, this snowballed really huge. There were a lot of methods that Nami could save her life. However, she hold on all her summoners and skills. So that snowballed into Genji's side so hugely. Genji got so many visions in Griffin's side jungle. They could track the jungle path of Elise. And also, Nami burnt all her spell in the beginning, so Griffin was not able to add any pressure in the laning phase in the bot side. Without both spells, they could not do any aggressive trade during the laning phase. And Genji had all the information about Tarzan, so Ruler was not afraid to push lane so hard. And then they added another ward in the Scuttle Crab area, and also BDD was pushing lane hard as well. Once again, they got the information that Elise was trying to camp the Scuttle Crab, so BDD went down and placed the ward near their popcorn chickens. So pro players say that it is so important to hide where you are. However, that was a very critical mistake that let Genji players know every time where Tarzan is at. And this is the current win rate of Elise in 2020 LCK Spring Split. Elise fails to find any support in the Spring Split so far. But watching at other leagues, without or with LPL, in LCS, or even LPL and LEC, they're above 50%, and in the LCS it's really high. G2 once tried the Lucian Elise mid jungle duo, and they got a really good success up against Vitality. So when they took Elise, one of the OP champions, they also need to bring some of the strong champions in other lanes as well, but they failed to execute that. Griffin made a huge mistake in the early phase and failed to do any possible plays they wanted. And POG for this game was?
누가 될지 감이 안 잡히는데요?
네. 자, 켈린 선수가 나미를 잡아내는데 1조했던.
네. 1레벨 때 스턴을 맞춘 게 사실
found Nami with his stun, and that's where everything started. And after that first blood, Griffin was not able to do any possible plays in their plan, which also means Genji knew how to snowball the entire game, following the plan and strategy they set up before going into match.
이렇게 탄탄하게 가져간 것도 분명히 잘한 점이겠죠.
네, 그렇죠. 아무래도 그런 실수를 했다고 하더라도
Even though player makes mistakes, sometimes the opponent cannot punish hard. However, this time, Genji came back with even cleaner performance and macro. So 5 votes for Kellen for this game.
저희 다시 돌아가 보면 이적 시작에서 가장 화제가 됐었던 젠지의
So,
탄탄한 라인
Genji
구성,
during the
라이너들의
off-season,
구성과 그
their
강력한
focal
라인전이
point was
이런 초반에
strong
수비가
laners.
몰렸을 때는 어떤 일방적인
And this
경기력을
game
보여줄 수
proved
있는지 좀
what
다시 확인한 것
strong
같아서
laning
젠지라는
phase
팀에
can
대해서
do
다시 한번
as
제가
a
놀라게 된
match
것 같습니다.
as a whole.
그리핀 입장에서는 다소 아쉽고 억울하고 그런 생각이
Griffin
드는
must be
많은
so
시청하는 경기였습니다.
sad about the
이제
result
2세트
for
경기
game number
제대로
1, so let's see
갚아줘야겠죠.
what they got
젠지는
for game
승리를
number 2.
가져와야겠고요. 지금부터 만나보시죠.
Well, there you have it. As that might be the lowest amount of votes that any MVP has gotten so far at 5. I'm not sure exactly. You know, it was just so hard because I feel like they all voted for Kellen because he found Nami in the jungle and got first blood. Like,
yeah, but why
is that
isn't
really
Zoe
a play of the game?
Right. That's what I mean. I feel like there's a lot more in juggling everything, and honestly, I mean, Tarzan arriving and EQing Elise, I think, is a little bit more of a display of talent.
Yeah, you know?
It's definitely very bizarre to me, so...
Yeah, it's just one of those games that you would actually like to abstain from voting, you know? Or vote for the draft. You know, maybe we could make that an option in the future. Although I feel like you just... You would just go for that every single game.
And my takes on what if a player gets all unanimous votes, it should add extra points.
Well, it's hard because sometimes it's just that everybody else did not much of anything, and they might have just.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
mean, but it doesn't mean that you were amazing. It just means that you were better than everybody else. So.
What?
Yeah, but you know, like that's what normal MVPs get anyway.
Stop, Boomer. I can't.
What are you talking about?
I actually can't.
That's what normal MVPs would receive anyway. As BD is having a moment to think about how good he was in game number 1. UCal's coming in. Didn't mention it. It was on screen, but of course I felt like that was definitely going to happen, even though it wasn't Nathan's fault again that they lost. But, you know, might as well give him a chance as well. Glitch, he's smiling that we are the only 2 that voted for him. He's like, yeah, English Cast has got my back, as always.
Well, let's see how game number 2 can go for Griffin. You know, the games where they actually seemed stable were the ones where their team composition didn't have to win the game in 10 minutes. So
weird.
Yeah, it's really weird how that works sometimes. But let's see what the second draft of the game is going to have in store. And I just want to point out, by the way, that Honey T is a savior.
Yeah, you've come back to life.
I really have, yeah.
It's like you got rezzed by Soraka.
I think that I did get a W or 2.
Yeah.
You know, so...
Well, actually, that was just G-Sun that came up here and gave me the T, but...
I'm kidding. You never need 2 Soraka W's to get to full HP. Like,
true.
All right.
Yeah, well...
Mordekaiser in the window to land the door. As Griffin gonna decide what to ban next. Lee Song gonna be banned away as Akali bites the dust. This is very fast.
Oh, you know. Soraka was second ban for Gen G in game 1.
I always do this, by the way. UCal does not look amused, happy, or ecstatic, anything. Maybe I read too much into facial expressions and stuff, but definitely does not seem in a very great or lively mood. Neither did Tarzan, so I don't know.
Neither does BDD. I mean, I think they're just focusing right now on the pick ban.
That could be it. That could definitely be it.
For now, I mean, if UCal gets like a kill or 2,
I can pick Ornn. Oh, Set.
No, he can pick Set. He's happy because he got to pick Set.
Let me see the Tryndamere.
Ornn Tryndamere?
Yeah.
Ornn in the jungle, or Ornn mid.
Could be Ornn mid.
You can save the Tryndamere.
Tryndamere does have 2 potential really good Ornn items. I mean, he can also get Trinity Force for his Ornn upgrade.
Yeah, but you're not going to pick it yet. You got to take Helios.
Tryndamere does beat Set. It is a really, really brutal matchup. Now, Ornn can beat Set, not in laning phase, but at level 2, Ornn can stagger his damage and play things out in a way that he can at least go even with him. And then obviously the ornaments come in and give the team lots of stats for free. So definitely very nice as Griffin J4 and Misfortune now going to be picked up. As Gen.G now, they're going to decide what they want to do. I mean, supports are wide open, so picking support and then pinching is probably not the most ideal, but doesn't mean that it won't end up happening. Okay, Rek'Sai, so for the vacuum counter against Jarvan, but we've seen this. T1 did the same exact thing. They drafted several champions into set that allows him to work his theme and enable it. So this is a little bit surprising that they chose another champion like this. Now they're going to ban away the Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, they can hopefully mix in some other champions that do go against Set's theme for picks 4 and 5. But the Rek'Sai did feel like they wanted to pick jungle, so they didn't have any other picks pinched here in the second ban phase to go up against the Jarvan. And as you mentioned, a vacuum counter there in the jungle. LeBlanc taken away. We have mids potentially, although we could see the Ornn flex, maybe even the Set flex.
Set, yeah, able to go mid lane.
Yeah.
If need be. Now, last time we saw Tryndamere ban in phase 2. Galio gonna actually be banned away. This is something I talked about on stream a little while ago. Jarvan jungle, Galio mid, Set top. That is a wombo like no other.
That's Monka W right
Yeah,
there.
that is a
I'm
really
scared.
that's a really Monka W.
Just
Set
thinking about it.
just R's forward into the enemy team, Galio follow up, and then if Set can't be the one to do it, Jarvan can.
Yeah, having
With the
multiple
EQ.
outs.
Yep.
That's always good in a game where nothing is perfect.
And Zoe, they're going to counterpick support, and I don't mind this if they really do utilize the counterpick support. I swear, Valdez, if I see something like a Braum on 5, a Braum Tom Nautilus.
Braum Tom Nautilus.
I am...
Here it comes. Your favorite champion,
No,
Braum
on
Tom
R5,
Nautilus.
R5.
I know. I'm saying it. It's
Oh.
coming, eventually.
That's a very nice counter matchup.
Yeah.
For you, Cal.
That's what happens when you show
All
the
right.
mid.
Okay.
They're taking away the Braum.
Zyra one time. If Braum gets locked in. Or any mage, really.
How about Brand?
Brand's fine.
I like Brand.
Any mage.
A big fan of Brand.
Any mage. Any single mage, Kellen. Lock it in. Anyone. Zillion. That's great. Yes! There's hope.
There you
Valdez.
go. It happened.
The's hope in the LCK.
It happened once.
When these
One
sinners
time.
who pick Braum first blind get punished. Oh, it's absolutely great. This is fantastic. So, Gen.G with another vastly superior scaling team composition with insane amount of poke and mix-ups with the Bard, the Ornn, and the Zoe.
You must be a really big fan of Gen.G's drafting so far.
Oh, these two games, I think, have even outdone... Oh, it's actually kind of hard to outdo that Soraka Yuumi. I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
Actually,
true.
it's making me, I'm sweating just thinking about it. Give me a second here. Hold on. But it's really close.
Yeah, no, I understand. And Gen.G, I think they still have like the same coaching staff from what I can tell. You know, Edgar's still there. They have, you know, same supporting coaches. From what I can tell, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but, you know, just adapting well to this meta that I know you've been talking about a lot and the current 2020 meta. But we're taking a look here at compositions. What do you think about Griffin's comp this time around?
So Griffin's team composition is much more mid-rangey. They don't really start getting completely blasted by Gen.G until the mid into late transition. That's where things are going to really swing over. All eyes need to be on Syndra, because if Syndra can get ahead, which UCal is supposed to in this matchup, then things can definitely get a little unstable. But Bard, he's a mage support that he's able to build tank and act as an assassin. It's really cool. What a great champion. As we do not have fan chants, we're going to jump right into game number 2. And to compound on it, remember, the solo XP lane changes means that Bard was indirectly buffed because anytime he leaves his laner now, they are getting a little bit more value than they were last season. So Bard being able to also get a lot of value from the chimes, and then the nerfs to the jungles, means that Bard got a lot of help in Season 10.
Yeah.
And so, also, the way that the enemy team is going to itemize, they will have some magic resistance, but this is just really great.
You're just happy.
I'm in a good mood.
Yeah. Hey,
I
it's
feel
been
like
2 good drafts in a row.
I feel like some of the drafts really just drained my soul. I felt like I was at Azkaban, the Dementors,
yeah.
you know.
But
oh,
like
man.
the last game was kind of in the middle, right? Because there was one that was really great, and then there was one that was really
I
kind
got
of
to
bad.
see it get punished, so that's sort of like when the protagonist shows up.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, that's like when Goku comes down from the sky or something.
Yeah, of course. Goku, I know who that is.
You know who Goku is?
Yeah, I do.
Are you sure? What's his real name?
What do you mean? Oh, it's probably like Gohan or something.
I can't. Just leave.
Or maybe it's Vegeta. I know there's like 3 different characters that are like really big in the universe, but I don't really know their significance.
Do you know Majin Buu?
Oh yeah, I've heard of him.
Isn't he adorable?
Is that the pink guy?
Yeah, the really...
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
See, my cousin was really into Dragon Ball Z, so I know some things actually.
Majin Buu is very cute. Very fluffy.
Yeah. What about those Android characters?
Android 17 and 18 are pretty fan favorites. 16 was pretty cool. And then...
oh, I thought there were only 2.
No, there's a lot. There's also Android 20. He was the... He's the guy in solo queue that says that he's a Smurf.
And then he rages at his team the whole time? When he goes like 1-1?
Then there's a pro player on a Riot account in the game, and then he starts performing really badly, and the pro player calls him out and knows that he's not a Smurf. It's one of those situations.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Android 20.
Interesting. I played one of those DBC fighting games. As you're talking about getting early leads here for the Syndra, well, they get the flash out of it, but no follow-up there, as BDD did also have to heal to get away from the Jarvan, so it's a very nice early gank to get things rolling for the Syndra.
Now, Sword is down XP in top. A little bit bizarre. And yeah, like what we just saw in mid lane, the Zoe losing both of her summoners. That's the lane that we have to look at. It's the one that is going to dictate how the entire early and mid game will end up occurring. Sword is going to Haymaker. I don't know what you're doing building right there, Rascal. He's trying to be a little rascal right there.
Yeah.
Building right in front of his face.
Living up to his name.
And also, this is not the set nerf patch where the Haymaker cooldown is increased.
Yeah, I wonder how things are going to change when we do get the new patch, and when we will get the new patch here in Korea. I believe it should be...
Next week.
Next week,
yeah.
Because it did come out before the Wednesday, I think it was,
yes.
Right? So, yeah. Okay, well, early game, I think, inevitably, between these two teams is going to be a little bit, you know, down. We did have that early gank on the Zoe, so that was one good thing for the side of Griffin, trying to get Syndra going, as you were mentioning. But other than that, just farming it out. I'm looking towards Tarzan to do a little bit more in this game as well, be a little bit more active. As game number 1, he was on Elise, and he did a lot of nothing, really. A nice ward placement here to spot out Clid, but Clid actually reads it and is able to sweep it out.
Rascal's in a bit of a weird spot where they don't exactly know where Jarvan is yet. And so he's very low on mana. They're about to actually find out, though. Kellen,
okay,
Barb's a cool champion.
Oh, man, he's out of there. Just like that. Didn't take him very long, as he just flashes to the wall, and then he takes a nice little magical journey.
Look at Bard, man.
Yeah.
What a lovely big ball of banana ice
so
cream.
is he kind of like Majin Buu? Is that his name? Yeah, he's kind of like him, but he's,
he's like
gold.
ice cream.
Yeah.
It's really great.
See, I made a DBZ reference.
Yeah,
I'm hip.
Look
I
at him,
get it.
look at him, look at him, look at him. He is so cute. Oh my god. If you're a Bard player and you're watching this game, I hope that you feel very good.
Wasn't there like a caster, maybe it was Rusty, who's like a big Bard player? Someone really loves Bard. I forget who it is. I would always just see it on Twitter. Like,
Yeah, Rusty.
Yeah, I think it is Rusty.
Rusty is a Bard player. There's also quite a few Bard one-tricks in Korea. Now, this champion is also busted, by the way. This champion is actually S+ tier.
Okay.
And we just haven't seen it for a very long time. Now, he's also
we see it
one
in
of
other
the
regions, though.
Bard is easily one of the most difficult supports in the game. And so that's usually probably why we won't be seeing it that often. Takes a lot of time to get good at and to really stand out on. If you just play Bard to play Bard and use this kit on basic, surface level play, it's not as good as when you're really good at Bard. So there's a lot of skill expression that the champion has, and that's also why he's so exciting as a support champion. It's very akin to Lee Sin or to Thresh, but even in different ways. Thresh, it feels like, has a much more straight-up identity of what he needs to do, and Bard has a lot of different ways of being creative because of his magical journey and the angles on Cosmic Binding.
Yeah.
But also, look at these hot cocos that he gives you. What a lovely guy.
I like the one with the sugar cube. Oh, they both have sugar
They both
cubes.
have sugar
Yeah,
cubes.
they both, yeah, okay.
Yeah, when it levels up.
Yeah, right.
Bard's hot cocoa ages like fine wine.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, the sugar cube slowly falls into the cup.
Look at that. Look at that glass. I mean, the decoration on it is just... Okay,
It's
you know
very
what,
green
Braum?
and Christmassy.
Braum is being
You
a
just
little...
call him Bum?
No, Braum.
Braum the Bum.
That little chunky monkey eating Bard's hot cocoa. Look at him.
He can't get enough.
Santa had a little too much to eat today. He's wondering where the cookies were to go with it. Oh my god.
I like how they're both wearing, like, Christmas skins. I assume that Bard's skin is a Christmas skin.
Yeah, it's a Snow Day skin.
Which
is really good, and the chroma, it looks really nice. The original is blue.
Okay.
And if you don't have that, you can get it in the Riot store.
Oh,
for a certain amount of
where
RP.
can you find that?
Inside the client.
Oh.
Definitely
hey,
a
you guys might want to check
must-have.
that out. Hashtag ad. Not really, though. We're ad-free here on the LCK, unfortunately.
Well,
yeah. When do you think is the last champion like a Bard or a Lee Sin to come out? That was like...
Zoe. Yeah.
You're going to make a lot of people angry. Okay, well, going in here on the UCal, he's going to actually miss the slow, but it doesn't matter as Glida has the follow-up, as does Zoe. Their reach as a duo is pretty insane, and you got to see that there as even the blasting plant couldn't get UCal to safety, and First Blood going to go Genji's way.
Wait, who would you think would be...
No, I mean, I would say Zoe as well. It's just that a lot of people, you know...
I like Zoe. You know, actually,
I'm
about to get the broadcast muted really quick, but personally, I think certainly he is an insane designer. I actually like all of his champions. We take a look at his replay. Right here, Clid. With that ultimate, able to...
천천히 나 블루까지만 봐줘. 나 블루까지 먼저 봐줘. 나이스. 천천히 나 블루까지만 봐줘. 나 블루까지 먼저 봐줘.
There's a lot of chatter going on there in that team. They're really talking a lot, which is kind of interesting. I mean, it's something you would expect with any team that has ruler on it, but seems like the whole lot of them were really getting in there and chatting it up. Always interesting to see which teams like to chat, which teams don't. But now Griffin trying to shoot back and fire back, take the blue away. But, I mean, it's a blue for a potential Rift Herald that is going down here to the side of Gen.G.
Set right now, building Black Cleaver. Not going to be the Trinity Force. Jarvan also going tank Jarvan, so not going to be dealing a whole lot of physical damage either. And there's a Syndra on the team, so again, the question becomes how much are you really offering by building that item first? Other than that, we can see Rascal Bomby Cinder into Catalyst for pure sustain. Lane swap initiated by Gen.G. And so now are they? I think they're slow pushing.
Yeah.
They're denying some CS.
A little
As
bit.
UCal is down in XP, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he died. He probably had a wave or half a wave.
Yeah, I
denied
mean,
from
by
him in
a
mid.
lot. BDD is 9.4.
Yeah, that's true. He does have a wave.
You know what
pushing
I would
into him,
actually
though.
really like on this XP graph? There's one way I could imagine that it could be better. It would be to have little, like, percentages, 10%,
Yeah,
20%.
like markings and
Yeah.
stuff as to where it is.
There's a word for that isn't marker. I just forget what it is called. Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know
You're
either.
lost with me.
Yeah.
You're not finding any help here?
It actually reminds me of, do you know what the ends of your shoelaces is called? Yeah, there's a word for it. Like the plasticky part?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I forget.
Now,
I used to know it.
Yeah. That is...
This
it's
is
sorta
where you
like
tell
that.
me and then I'm like, oh yeah.
I don't know it. I'm equally as frustrated.
Oh. Huh.
I know that I have known it, and that's the awkward part.
Wow.
Well. Clid.
Just two NA boys on the broadcast. This is what you're going to get. A lot of cluelessness. We're just lost all the time. What are we going to do?
Okay, Valdez.
Yeah, what's up?
When was the 4th of July?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Pepe laugh.
What, he doesn't know? Pepe laugh? Is there, what is this, like a riddle?
There are people that they don't say July 4th.
What do you mean? What do they say?
Something else. Just look
Oh,
at it.
Independence Day?
No. They'll say a different date. Just look it up on YouTube. It's awful.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Oh man, I don't even like. That's even a level beyond my. Like,
yeah. So let's talk about what is going on though.
Let's
We
talk
have a
about the
siege in mid. Bot tier 2 turret just got shredded. Ornn is still 3 levels away from getting any of his Ornn upgrades, but very much like game number 1, the laners on Griffin not getting any advantages. And remember, Syndra was the only one that could. And after Zoe had nothing going on, the follow-up play by everyone around the map, nothing was achieved. Sword was living in front of Rascal's turret, never pulling the wave on his side, so they could do the QE dog down that Set is so good at doing, where you position the minions in front of your turret, and then Ornn is trying to get a crash. You use the Q movement speed to get between Ornn and the minions and then respond to the E. And if Ornn doesn't bellow his breath in response to it, he gets pulled in, you stand in front of him, he tries to E away, and then you chase him down with Conqueror stacks, do a lot of damage, repeat it, try to kill him with the Superplex later on. But we never saw that. We saw Sword consistently mismanaging his laning phase, even if he did manage to accrue a very slight advantage early on. Bottom lane, well, there really wasn't all that much that they could do by themselves. And even though Tarzan got Kellen's flash, he got BDD's heal and flash as well, nothing much really came from it. And so, now we're about to be back into a lull state. 3.5 minutes until Infernal Dragon. Hold on, though, as UCal and maybe Sword looking for something. There's no reason to fight. Rascal identifies that.
Yeah.
I am excited right
You're
now.
digging this Gen G team right now. Yeah, they're just playing really smart League of Legends. And they're playing Gen G style as well, you know, laid back, scaling. This is kind of what we know and love from Gen G. And as I mentioned, same coaching staff from what I remember. And why not? I mean, they've always been pretty good, and they're doing quite well so far. It's still early on, but we've been liking what we've been seeing, as they did try to rotate into mid and punish that bot push by chipping down the mid tier 1. No real objectives on the map right now. No Shirley yet, no Infernal Drake, so it's just going to be a bunch more posturing in this one. Mid lane did not go the way that Griffin were hoping. They were really hoping for the Syndra to get ahead early, to get some ganks. He got the one gank, and then I don't know what happened after that. Nothing else really happened, so it just ended up being Zoe with the help of Clid actually picking up the kill. And having a great lane from there.
We're getting ping pongs now, and you've heard me talk about it ad nauseum on the broadcast.
Why don't you call it tennis next time? Just mix it up. Ooh,
I
yeah.
like how you're thinking about this stuff. You know what? I don't like that.
This is what they
suggestion,
pay me
though.
for.
I don't like it.
Oh.
Yeah.
But you like how I was thinking
I like
creatively?
How well, I don't like it because you thought of it.
Oh, okay.
You
but
know?
you like what I'm doing.
You know, it just doesn't really seem to fit, actually. And what we see happening right here, though, is that Syndra is playing badminton with Ornn. So, nothing is really gonna...
Wow. Good one. It's really nice.
I had to raise the net a bit. You
Wow.
know what I mean? Yeah.
You're so funny, Ellis.
Thank you. As Syndra resumes the volleyball practice up in top lane, she's going to push that wave right back into Ornn, and then, hold on, he's going to push it back into her. Here we go. Ready? QE. Oh, she mixed it up on me. I wasn't ready for that.
Just a Q and an auto.
Yeah.
Just, you know, trying to save that mana.
Now, Ornn can't freeze because of Sunfire Cape, but Syndra could freeze. And when you're losing, and when you need to draw the opponents to you, and there's no neutral objective on the map, there's no reason to have vision around left side river or even right side river because of the way of approach for Griffin. You can freeze, create a neutral objective, command the opponent come to you, and instead we're having ping pong. So if you're wondering why we're talking about table tennis, volleyball, and badminton.
Yeah, racquetball. I think that's another one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give that one to you. I will, you know.
We won't include the ones that are like where you bounce stuff off the wall, like squash or like handball or something. That doesn't count.
What do you think is the most important role in baseball?
Well, it's
Whoa,
Bard.
hold on.
Kellen had to flash into this. He is...
Whoa!
Why did he die? He didn't die for so long. He did huge burst damage. On top of that set, Tarzan gonna have to stop watching here, but look at that poke that's coming out already. Syndra doing a nice job stunning people up, but down will go the health bar of FF, but Set Sword trying to bring in Rascal. Got Ingo's Clit into that backline, and there's nothing that UCal can do to get away from that one. Big time knock up on the Sword now. He's not going to be able to survive 3-on-1, and Viper just has to run away. And so you get the 1-for-1, but they were trapped in the jungle, and Gen G were able to take him out.
And I mean, at this point, it really is all that she wrote. Just like game number 1, the Syndra did not get ahead. And so when that was the only real out for Griffin, assuming normal things will occur, Gen G's team composition is just going to come online. It's going to roll you right over again. And BDD, I think, is building towards Rabadon's death cap.
Ooh!
I am, honestly, this is the day of LCK for me. As Brad takes a magical journey right through.
God, he's such a Chad.
Yeah.
Look at this. He's so low for so long, he just turns around and bobs the Braum.
The Ornn Horn comes out, Tarzan goes golden set, doesn't have a champion that he can go onto from this angle anyway, and especially not when he's behind. And so, the only real options for him anyway are Ornn and Jarvan, or Ornn and Rek'Sai. And the other champions do such a good job at locking him up and creating problems for him. The Aphilio, Zoe, and Brad.
Nice!
I'm gonna push.
Goodbye. Goodbye, nice.
Bye.
Nice.
Oh.
No heal, no heal, no heal.
No heal.
I like his nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of his nice.
Have you ever watched Key and Peele Noise?
Yes, actually. I think you might have been the one that showed that to me. Noise. Yeah.
Oh, bit of a thief.
Oh, Brad! Oh, I'm getting all hot and bothered now, Brad. Look at Kellen go. Why don't we get more Brad in the LCK? This guy's awesome.
Look at him. Where do you think Brad's going? Oh, man. Look at his hot cocoa.
Oh, man. He definitely hangs out with all the hottest dudes.
Yeah. It's definitely Brad from high school.
Yeah.
As Rabadon's death cap probably going to be completed here soon. Ornament's gonna start coming in hot as well. Black Cleaver already completed for the Rek'Sai. Death cap is gonna bring Zoe to effectively 3 items. Just off Ornn upgrading it. So
how do you feel about her 0 penetration, though?
She's gonna build a Void Staff. So this is
Third
totally
item.
fine. Now, also, if you've never played with Ornn, or if you do play Ornn, make sure to tell your teammates or do it yourself. Move your. I was just about to talk about it. Move the death cap to item slot 1, and it'll get upgraded over the Ludens.
Yeah, well,
Ornn
too late for that one, and might be too late for Sword. As, well, he's going to be killed from the ground. Gets caught in his, well, it's not his jungle, it's actually Genji's jungle, and down he goes.
Ornn upgrades the furthest most left item in your inventory. So you need to move the death cap to the left of Ludens, and you'll get the upgrade. And so by not doing that, BDD has actually just lost a lot of AP. So very
that could be
unfortunate.
game-changing. I mean, it probably won't in this case.
There
but
was a instance, I believe in the LEC, where the AP ratio difference would have mattered on a kill.
Yeah.
And that was very surprising. So even if it doesn't matter in this game, it's still not a reason not to do it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you always got to min-max. Don't be lazy. Buy your wards. Place your Ornn items in the right spot. Do the right thing. As we'll get there eventually. We got Redemption. It's the only real item here for Brad so far. We'll see if that gets upgraded. Total gold. It is going to be Viper in second, and then 4 other members of Genji ahead or right below him.
And at this point, it's just going to be a bit of a waiting game until the next dragon comes up, unless the Zoe Bubble Trouble hits or a Brad ultimate. And it's just honestly waiting at this point. Black Cleaver upgraded now as well. Ruler not going to have an Ornn item for a while, but that's okay. Ornn is able to build it.
Yeah.
He has built the Redemption.
You're just taking a closer look there at the upgraded Black Cleaver.
The Obsidian Cleaver. It actually looks really cool. There's something about the hue.
Yeah. It's kind of like a shiny Black Cleaver.
Yeah, it really does look like a shiny Pokemon, Black Cleaver.
That's what
Which, by the way, the new Pokemon comes out in 4 months.
But I thought the last one got like really bad reception.
What?
Right?
Did it? I don't think so.
Wasn't that the one with like the Pokedex thing?
Yeah, well, that's what the new Pokemon is. Look at these tunnels, man. This is an ant colony.
Yeah, the right side of the map.
Wow.
Is insanely lit up right now.
That is a beautiful shot. That honestly looks like a pyramid. Almost of sorts.
Is he Illuminati? Oh my god. It's him and Brad.
I think we found out.
I knew there was a reason they were just so awesome. All right,
this is a bad angle.
Might be pinched here, Rascal.
Oh, now it's good.
They're gonna get the sleep here onto the Braum, but he gets hit from the side. BDD taking a lot of damage. They get the knock up onto the Syndra, but there's really no way for Genji to enter the fight. How about now, though? BDD popping off. Able to thread the needle there. Hit Juke out through a lot of people, and now they're gonna be able to push the turret.
Now at this point, it really is a slow rinse, wash, repeat. These have been, this really has been the cleanest game. Or, well, the series has been the cleanest display, I think, of any LCK team so far.
Yeah, it's really methodical. And just, you can tell there's like, they're playing with confidence. There's no rushing involved. It is not going for the kill there. A lesser jungle may have stuck around and gone for that one, but they do not need to. Genji is better than that. And now we are going to be again, kind of sitting here waiting for the next dragon. We got 3.5 minutes. We do have the Baron available, but the Baron is no longer that end-all be-all buff. And so nobody's really going to make a big play towards that. If anything, we will have a big team fight around the Dragon Soul, the Infernal Dragon Soul. That's a lot of fun for a Zoe, especially.
Yeah.
You're going to be bopping people.
Yes, and honestly, it's the best possible soul for this team to get outside of Ocean, which isn't available.
Yeah.
Mountain, not super valuable for a team that is just trying to mainly poke and everything. I guess it does matter if the enemy tries to pull the trigger, but there's ways to poke and whittle down the shield and whatnot, so I think the Infernal and the Ocean is definitely a lot more valuable. And Cloud Soul would obviously be the worst. So Ornn probably about to hit level 15, and once he does, he'll upgrade Bard's Redemption. As Sword doesn't really have anything to do. Full tank Jarvan doesn't really do anything either. And so it's mostly MF and Syndra versus the entire planet. Bard is a non-factor. Isn't it great? It's really cool. I think it's awesome.
Bard?
Or not Bard, Braum.
Yeah,
sorry.
I was going to say, like,
Jeez.
how dare you say that about
I'm
Brad?
glad that I was testing you.
Oh, man. I mean, they do have similar names, but Bard's name is obviously cooler. As here we go, they're going to find New Cal. They could line this up. They're not going to go for it, though. Again, very, very calm. They're not forcing anything. Then look at Klid's position now. He's considering coming in from behind. He's not going to. Sets up another tunnel. Kind of looks like they're corralling Griffin.
Yeah.
Over here to the right side. Exhaust is going to come down. We do have the Ornn in the front, but he's super tanky. Does get denied there. And all Gen G have to do is they don't have to take a fight. If they did, they probably would win, but they don't have to. So they'll just poke you down. They'll clear the wave with Zoe. Let BDD do his thing. And Iroh, you can see that he's pretty chunked right now. You can get a couple more. Not sure about that one, Klid. A couple more hits with some Trouble Bubbles or Pal Stars. Could have some fun times for Gen G.
Well, 50 seconds now until checkmate can end up coming via the Infernal Soul. Now, normally I'll talk about how Elder can be a way back in for the losing team, but I feel like the overall advantage with an Infernal Soul, it would really take a miracle for Griffin to even get into a position to get a hold of that Elder.
Yeah, I mean, you could just deny vision, and Zoe by herself could probably deny you entrance into that area. It's going to be incredibly difficult for any kind of flank teleport ward to be placed down, just given the fact that Gen G are in the position that they are in right now. You can see Sword is trying to position himself for a flank. As you can see, trying to come in from behind. They should know about this. Iroh is incredibly low already. They're trying to turn here. Ruler is going to just be saved by Mr. Brad. Is going to try to flash away, but big bullet time this time around by MF. And the hard engage by Griffin. They may have found an opportunity here. They're flashing on in. They're going to find Bard in this one. And a double kill for MF means that now Griffin will be able to pick up this Drake and deny the soul for yet another 5 minutes.
Oh. And that's a very big win, and it comes at such a clutch timing. Now, only 20 seconds on the death timer, so that's why you're not seeing Griffin barrel down over to the Baron, because with the Magical Journey and Home Guard available, Ruler and Kellen would both be able to get there. And let's just see how this all basically started. This is a super insane engage by Sword that is so unnatural to be able to get a hold of Ruler like that, and then wombo combo the MF ultimate. Like, yeah, just do it, forehead. But it ended up happening. Gen G's positioning, getting flanked and whatnot, has ended up costing them, and interestingly enough, it was Griffin who held such superior states of the game against their opponents earlier this week and then ended up losing in very similar fashion. So the game is it's hanging on a thread right now for Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get more fights like that, then perhaps they could make it work, but I feel like that's kind of a one-and-done kind of thing. Gen G, I could have sworn they saw the ward go down in the Dragon Pit, which would have made you think, hey, there's probably a guy over there, but I suppose they did not see that ward come down. So Sword was able to pull that one off. And, I mean, that's kind of what Griffin's comp is going for, right? They have the ability to wombo combo pretty nicely with Jarvan MF and Set. If he can get a nice flank and isolate one person, can make it work. But once again, I'm gonna have to wait about 3 minutes. This is weird how the meta, you know, dragons maybe unintentionally, especially Dragon Souls, I should say, unintentionally became so strong that now you're kind of just like waiting in between dragon fights, especially here in the LCK. With Gen G.
Yeah, Dragon Souls are really the ones, but the first two dragons are, they're
just up in the air.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And now Infinity Edge completed. Ornn is also level 16, so hopefully he, all right, I think he's going over right now. He's about to tap the workshop, get ready for the Infinity Edge. Here comes the Molten Core.
Molten Core?
Yeah, it's on the minimap. You can see Ornn building it. He's hugging Aphelios. Get over there and give Brad Rascal. This little rascal over here. He's not even.
Yeah.
This is honestly a little. This is upsetting.
A bit disappointing.
Although maybe they're waiting for Locket completion in order to upgrade that instead. That would be surprising though, because if they could communicate to one another about the Ornn upgrades and how to do them, I don't think that we would have seen the Luden's mistake.
Well, maybe because of the Luden's mistake, they're like, let's be extra careful.
Oh, that is.
You know, there's also that kind
Well,
of, you know,
yes.
you didn't think about that one, right?
That's why you are the
Got him.
play-by-play.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
for the
'cause
pick-by-pick.
I get it. Yeah. I play the game, and I by-play it as well.
Man. Hello.
Whoa. And, yeah, I mean, it's really close to that Locket, so might as well, if you are waiting, pick that up. Griffin had decided maybe we'll fight before the dragon. It's a lot of posturing, you know. If they can gain ground here in the middle of the map, that will be really great going into the fight.
It's really strange to me that Viper's just taking all of the mid farm when Syndra's in such close proximity, because Syndra's the one that needs the major item completion on that Rabadon's before this next fight, and I'm not sure how close UCal actually is. Let's see if he channels a recall after this. And if he does...
God, Sword. Please
all right,
hit a cannon.
he's not doing it.
It's like cannon number 5.
He's missed?
Yeah.
It's whatever.
He misses them in really obvious ways, too.
He doesn't want the cannons. That's not his favorite.
It's too good for them?
That's actually not his favorite piece to have in Risk.
Okay. Cannons are 2019.
Yeah. Correct.
I see. Okay.
Can we upgrade the Ornn? Because this is the ending team fight.
Yeah, I mean,
And
you should do
honestly,
it now.
if Sword gets okay, wait, Sword might get picked off here. Wait, what?
Okay, gonna land a bubble.
They could just kill him, and then they can use Bard ultimate. I don't quite understand why Sword was just allowed to live, because they had the Tremor Sense. They knew about him.
Well, they should know where he is now. Smite does come down, slowing him and trying to make him fight this fight. But look at Griffin. They're going to get there much faster. And they have control of the river right now. A lot of room, though. UCal is going to be in that for quite a while. Able to lock it up. Iroh getting extremely low, but has that stopwatch. Rascal still in the front. Tarzan looking for the engage. Does not find it. He gets burst and put to shreds. As Sword is going in too, but he's all alone. Is going to be able to take out the Ornn, though. And so it's a 1-for-1. BDD having trouble landing this, but he should be able to land this one. Nice unbreakable. Viper going nuts. He's going forward. He takes out BDD. He's able to cleanse, but he's not going to be able to live. As Clid will be able to take him out on the backside. As the Rek'Sai comes back to haunt you in your nightmares at the end of the team
And that was way too close for comfort. Rascal almost single-handedly losing Gen G the team fight. And we'll talk about how and why inside of this replay once we get to it. 6-9 is the score right now. As Clid and Ruler are looking to raise this mid-tier 3 turret. They're gonna get this inhibitor. Aphelios doing a lot of things right now. Has the Infernal Soul. It's gonna be really hard to lose that next team fight. Interestingly enough, the Redemption and the Locket did change places in Bard's inventory.
You know?
So maybe that is what they're going to try to do. So once we take a look at the replay, which we might not get until after this fight, because I don't know why, but Gen G are bursting. They're
All right,
just gonna flip.
Tarzan.
What? No, no, they're not.
Nope. Okay. Tarzan decides, no, I mean, my life is more important than the Baron. Now, he was down 3 levels, so it is kind of
He's down
hard to
3
get
levels, and the other thing that I'm trying to think of
and
is
Rascal probably at Smite.
if Bard Temper Fates one Nexus turret, can they end? And okay, so right here, pay attention to this really quickly. Braum uses his ultimate right away, goes golden, and then after this, Braum gets away, and Rascal waits an eternity to just do certain things, but also ultimate cast really, really, really late. And even if Bard, or even if Braum, you're anticipating something inside of the team fight for him to use his shield, cast it at a really weird angle.
Clid is so
and everything,
good,
Clid finds his way into the backline, and he really saves this fight along with Ruler.
It's really all him, though. Got into the back line, assassinated UCal, assassinated Viper, who had moved forward. Just that really sneaky maneuver to come around the back side of the fight. They had no idea he was there. And so now Griffin decide, okay, they were thinking about pushing down, but then they say, no, we probably can't actually push as fast. And so they are maneuvering to come on up to the top side and defend. Sword on Vision now, though.
That was a very far...
Well, they do get him to move back, but, I mean, with Braum over here, you're really not going to be able to catch that guy.
Now they're just trying to execute a 4-1-0 in order to try to close out this game. They're having the Rek'Sai with the Baron buff escort the minions in mid.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're about to push up into top. Bard ultimate still ways away to coming up, but Braum is separated from Syndra.
BDD had a great early and mid game, but he hasn't really been having
Ornn
to pop off.
Hasn't upgraded.
Yeah, I don't know, he's busy.
And also, when he's out of combat with Bard, it's pointing lines at him, telling him that he can upgrade. So,
yeah.
I think a little bit of lost sight might be going on here.
Potentially. Not sure what's going on there, and this is what I was talking about. I feel like BDD should really be lining him up and taking him down. He was very effective early on in the game, but so far in these later team fights hasn't been lighting people up as much. He's gonna move towards mid side. They don't get the inhibitor. They're still just trying to maneuver. They get the turret. They're gonna be happy with that instead. Okay, they found UCal. Are they gonna go in on this one? Big time knockup, but where is the damage? He is gonna get away. BDD went way too far in the backside there, but he is gonna survive somehow, some way with the heal. As Set not able to do anything either. Aphelios just able to lock them all down as finally BDD is gonna pop one of the members. Gen G will end up taking this game in 39 minutes. Very meticulous, very methodical, very Gen G. This is what we know and love as Ruler. Viper trying to bait them into a fight here, saying let's go, but that's gonna be it. GG, Gen G will pick up the 2-0 in tonight's best of 3 up against Griffin.
Yeah, and it feels really good if you're Gen G, because this was one of, I mean, I think it's the cleanest series that we've had in terms of actual macro level play that doesn't have variance or anything of that nature going on, and so it's really nice to see this kind of game end up happening. Nahyun coming out on stage, and Tarzan does not look like he is
yeah,
not happy.
It's rough. He wasn't really able to get anything going in games 1 or 2. He had a couple of okay cataclysms there in that second game on the Jarvan. but he wasn't really having his pop-off, 5-head jungle moments that we're used to. And part of that is draft, part of that is the way that the lanes are going. We talked all about that in Game 1. But Gen G, I mean, we should talk a lot about them because they deserve a lot of praise after this game specifically. They just really look very clean in their straightforward, methodical play and their nice scaling drafts.
Yeah. So hopefully this is not just a fluke. Hopefully we do get to see more of this in coming weeks, as it would definitely be very nice to see. This kind of a series would live up to the hype of what many people would have expected. Even though it didn't have any sort of Lane Kingdom type of dominance, it had the cleanest play that we've seen so far in the LCK 2020, and also even through Tespa Cup. And also remember, Gen G was a part of the perfect game earlier this week.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So it's nice.
Yeah. Must be nice.
Must be nice
to have that kind of roster and that kind of drafting.
It's okay.
Yeah. The roster.
Like
What do you think is better, the roster or the drafting?
The drafting.
Drafting for sure.
For sure.
Okay.
It's quite nice.
Yeah. Really gotta hand it to them.
Take a look at some of the highlights here. Nice Ornn knock-up right there onto Sword. Ends up getting superplexed right into the Jarvan Cataclysm wall. That has to hurt. Okay, I'm not quite sure how you pick up Ornn. He is quite heavy, but...
BDD accidentally stopwatched in that fight. That looked weird.
Sword getting knocked up right there. And Ornn and Rek'Sai just doing things. Ornn and what? Rek'Sai and Bard.
Yeah, I don't know.
I am...
It's day 4.
Stop.
You have another day.
Right. Ornn ultimate blocked there by Iroh on the Braum. And this was the fight that was, honestly, it's an unrealistic approach. This is one of those things that I was talking about where at this level, it is so unfathomable to see stuff like this end up happening. And it took that to turn a fight. So, in this highlight right here, Set superplexing and Clid eventually going around for the flank. And, BDD really did put in a lot of work as well. Ruler uses the heal right at the very end there, flashes backwards. Viper trying his best, but not able to. We're going to go into Team Voice really quick.
걸렸다. 힘들어. 얘기할게. 걸어갈게. 소박해놨어. 앞라인부터. 자, 높이 잡아줘. 딜 못해. 딜러 딜 못해. 저기 봐줘. 소박. 나이스. 앞에 풀어. 세트. 나이스. 천천히.
Slowly.
끝내자.
And there they said nice.
굿바이. 룰러. 굿바이. 빨리 끝내자. 알았어. 죽여놔. 죽여놔. 룰러. 너 룰러야. 됐어 막. 너 클리드야.
Some other stuff that they did mention there was BDD was spamming saying, look at me, take care of me when he was being piled on there. Also the setup for the knockup after Kellen did land that Bard ultimate. Nicely done. I mean, this is one of the teams that talks the most for sure. So it's cool to listen in and hear what they have to say. MF did a lot of damage, but the gold graph really does tell the story of the way that the game did go. There was that one tiny little hiccup that you can see there at about 27 minutes, but other than that, all Gen G all the way. Very clean showing. We were talking about how this means a lot for Griffin, and it's because we're not really sure what to expect from their team, but honestly, they kind of got clapped tonight by Gen G.
Yeah, they really did. And Griffin continues on to their loss streak, and obviously, the players don't look very happy. Every time they're in
if you're losing, you're not going to be happy.
Yeah,
right?
obviously. Tarzan obviously looking very frustrated. Yeah. And also, taking a look now at the player of the game, it will be Clid in the jungle now, 200 points.
Yeah, picks that one up. This was another game where it did feel like a team effort overall, but Clid was really the one that got it going here, was in the right position with Tremor Sense, finds UCal, and that, you know, we were talking about how one of the keys to the game here for Griffin was to get their mid lane going. That did not happen because of Clid. And one of the main reasons I voted for him was his performance in team fights. In this sense, he found another pick onto Sword here. Just little things like this. And then, of course, the team fight where he came from behind and assassinated this one.
Yep. Got right on to UCal, and there was just really not much that could be done here.
Yeah.
As they clean it up. So we're going to hear from him in the MVP interview.
That we will. Clid and Kellen. Looks like Kellen with that standout performance on the Taric in game 1. Really got to hand it to him. 5 out of 12 votes. But we are going to hear from him anyway, alongside Clid, and we'll have to see what they do say. If, you know, you were talking about Griffin kind of down in the dumps, Gen G should be very ecstatic, excited with the way things are looking to the start of their season. Wasn't sure about that first game against KT, but then once they turned that around, it's been looking up so far here in week 1. So they are going up against Damwon next week, so that'll be fun. But I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the English translation, and let's hear from Kellen and Clid from Gen G picking up 2-0 victory tonight. Kellen, this is your first POG ever. 2020, February 8th. How are you feeling right now? This is my first experience, so I'm really happy. So, your previous match was your first win, and this time this is your first POG. Well, the teammates were celebrating it together with me, and also the people at our team working for us also celebrated our first win. And Clid, POG for 2 times in a row. Are you satisfied with your performance? I think we are cleaner and we improved our performance. Yeah, I'm kind of satisfied. Yeah, I mean last time BDD, Clid both mentioned the game was not satisfying. We kind of executed the play style we wanted, and we did it really cleanly. So yeah, we are very satisfied today. Kellen, in the previous KT match and today, you guys went with very similar composition, Kalista and Taric. Did you guys plan it in advance, or was that like compromised during the pick and bans? Kalista Taric is a really powerful champ, and both Ruler and I are good at those champions. Is that one of the Gen G's winning recipe? We got plenty more. And the last pick for Griffin was Nami, which is not a very mainstream champion. We didn't make any comment about Nami. We just said let's go ahead, let's have a lot of pressure during the laning phase and get a kill in level 6. Then who made this call for this invade? I think I did, because I had her in vision, so I called my teammates to go for it. And after this kill point, Gen G was accelerating the lead. Did you expect that this would snowball this hard? Well, during the pick and bans, well, Griffin took champions that needed a lot of priority in the laning phase, but they made a big mistake in level 1, so I think it was really an effective point over there. But we played a bit slowly because game number 1, mid and jungle both have priority, so we let the opponent take the turret plate gold, so we should improve on that. So we focus a little bit on farming, so we both were playing a little bit defensively. And Kellen, Bard. 2 Bard games so far. I've practiced Bard quite a lot. It's been before this, but I didn't really use it during the screens, but I saw the perfect angle today. And Clit, with their victory, Rek'Sai is on a 5-1 record so far. Why is Rek'Sai so strong? Well, Rek'Sai is a very strong AD damage jungler, so it's also easier to get the priority in the early phase of the game. But we have another highlight with their Rek'Sai play, with this awesome flank angle. We were actually doing damage on the front line, but they managed to come in a nice angle, so our players were having getting a lot of damage. So I told my teammates to watch for me. So I was able to go for a nice flank there. Why did you decide to re-engage? I had GA, I had Flash, and I knew that the enemies didn't know where I was at. They were a bit flustered, so I could catch shot, so I was confident enough to re-engage on them. So you were trying a lot of flank angles, you were playing a bit isolated. Why was that? Rek'Sai is really good at split push, and you can group up with your teammates really fast, and also I can like 1v1 with top laner, so I tried to kind of play alone in the side lane as well. Clit, what's her goal for the split then? Kellen, I won a trophy with my teammates. Clit, would you like to give him a help? Any message for Kellen? So Kellen joined our team. He's the youngest member, so we're gonna take a good care of him, and we want to reach further with all together. Congratulations on your win, and this will be the end of the interview. Kellen, Clit from Genji. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sung, for the awesome translation, as always. Hearts out in the chat. But anyway, guys, that was a really nice game there by Genji. I was really impressed. Good stuff. Now, what do we have next on the slate for tomorrow? We have Sandbox versus Dragon X. That's a nice little game that we have next. And Afrika versus Hama Life is also actually really nice, especially with Hama Life proving...
Those are some bangers.
Yeah, that's a big day. I'm jealous. How's your voice doing, LS?
My voice is... I'm going to be just fine with these honey teas.
Okay.
Okay.
What if there's all of a sudden no more honey tea left in the entire studio?
I will. It's fine. Alice is gonna.
I might have to, slide
in there. Yeah. Standings.
Yeah, it's a really great
now
day, though, for
at
sure.
the top. Damwon gonna have to wait and see what happens to Dragon X tomorrow, as that's gonna be an exciting game with also Afrika versus Hama Life. Gonna be another big one that's gonna cause some swings in the standings. So, Afrika, what are they gonna do against Hanwha Light? Are we gonna see Soraka again? Please say yes.
Yes.
And Sandbox versus Dragon X is also gonna be really, really nice because will Chovy be starting? And if he is, we get to see, I don't know, Lance versus Red or something. I don't know what.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
We get
it
to see
depends on
Summit
like what
versus
level of
Chovy.
the Elite 3 Summit is in, but I think it might be that matchup.
It definitely could be.
I think I read something, maybe it was Ashley Kong or someone did an interview where Chovy was actually like a really comfortable top laner, so we might see more and more of Chovy in the top lane. Anyway, you guys can find out tomorrow if that does happen. Sandbox versus Dragon X, and then Afrika versus Hanwha Life, which Hanwha Life right now is actually on the up and up, so make sure you catch those days. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want.